Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The city lights were fading in my rearview mirror, and the rhythmic hum of my tires on the asphalt was the only companion on this long-haul drive. My name's Alex, and I've been a trucker for 15 years, seen every kind of character on these roads. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the passenger who flagged me down that Tuesday night. He appeared out of the shadows on a deserted stretch of highway, a lone figure in the pouring rain, arm outstretched. Every fiber of my being screamed to keep driving, to ignore the cardinal rule of not picking up strangers. But there was something in his eyes, a desperate wildness, that made me pull over. He practically threw himself into the passenger seat, dripping water and a palpable sense of urgency onto my upholstery. "Drive," he rasped, his voice raw, "just drive now." My hand hovered over the meter. This went against every rule in the book. You always get a destination before you start driving. But a strange mix of curiosity and perhaps a touch of foolishness made me put the rig in gear. As we pulled away, I noticed his hands were trembling, his eyes darting to the back window as if expecting a ghost to materialize. "You okay back there?" I asked, catching his gaze in the rear view. "You're not in some kind of trouble, are you?" He let out a harsh, humorless laugh that sent a shiver down my spine. "Trouble? Yeah, you could say that." That's when I saw it, a cold glint of metal in his hand. My heart nearly stopped. "A gun." "Listen," he said, his voice low and threatening, "I don't want any problems. Just keep driving and do what I say, and everything will be fine. Understand?" I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Yeah, I understand." My mind raced, trying to make sense of this nightmare. Who was this guy? A fugitive? A madman? And what in God's name did he want with me? We drove in tense silence for what felt like an eternity, heading out of the city and onto darker, less traveled roads. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, desperately hoping to catch the eye of another driver, anyone who might notice something was terribly wrong. But the roads were empty, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. "Take the next right," he barked, pulling me from my frantic thoughts. I obeyed, turning onto a desolate road that led into the industrial district, where houses and factories looming like forgotten giants in the night. "Pull over here," he ordered as we approached a particularly decrepit building. I eased the truck to a stop, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was it, I thought. This is where he's going to, but instead of turning the gun on me, he leaned forward, his voice urgent, stripped of its earlier menace. "I need your help." I stared at him, confusion battling with my terror. "My help? With what?" He ran a hand over his face, suddenly looking utterly defeated. "It's my daughter. They took her. I need to get her back." For a moment, I just stared, trying to process this real twist. "Who took her? Why don't you go to the police?" He shook his head vehemently. "No police. They're involved. Corrupt. I can't trust them." I took a deep breath, weighing my options. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to drive away and never look back. But if what he was saying was true, if there really was a kid in danger, okay, I said slowly, tell me what's going on. Over the next few minutes, he spilled out a story that sounded ripped from a crime novel. He was an accountant, he said, who had stumbled upon evidence of money laundering by crooked cops. When he threatened to expose them, they took his daughter as leverage. They're keeping her in there, he whispered, nodding towards the warehouse. I've been watching the place for days. There's a guard change at 3 a.m. That's our chance to get in. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. 2:55 a.m. Our chance? I repeated, a cold dread washing over me. Look, I want to help, but I'm just a trucker. I'm not cut out for this kind of thing. He fixed me with a desperate, pleading look. Please. I can't do this alone. She's only 8 years old. I closed my eyes, knowing I was probably making the biggest mistake of my life. All right, I sighed. What's the plan? The next few minutes were a blur of whispered instructions and nervous glances at the warehouse. True to his word, at exactly 3 a.m., we saw movement at the side entrance. 2 men exited, lighting up cigarettes as they walked away. Now, he hissed. We slipped out of the cab and across the street, keeping to the shadows. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure it would give us away. We reached the door, which the guards had left unlocked. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit and maze-like, stacked high with crates and machinery. We crept through, following the faint sound of voices. As we rounded a corner, we saw them, 2 men standing guard outside a small office. My companion pulled out his gun, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, I whispered. I've got an idea. I straightened up and walked boldly towards the guards, putting on my best drunk act. Hey, fellas, I slurred. I think my cab broke down out front. Can I use your phone? The guards looked at each other, momentarily confused. That split second of distraction was all we needed. My companion burst out from hiding, his gun raised. Don't move. What happened next was chaos. One guard went for his weapon, and shots rang out. I tackled the other one, years of dealing with unruly passengers finally paying off. When the dust settled, both guards were down, and we were rushing into the office. There, huddled in the corner, was a little girl. Her eyes lit up when she saw my companion. "Daddy!" she cried. He scooped her up, holding her tight. "It's okay, sweetheart. I've got you. We're going home." But our relief was short-lived. Alarms started blaring, and we could hear shouts in the distance. "We've got to go," I said, already moving towards the exit. We ran through the warehouse, the little girl clinging to her father's neck. I could hear footsteps behind us, getting closer. We burst out of the side door and sprinted for my cab. "Go, go, go!" my companion yelled as we piled in. I floored it, tires screeching as we peeled away from the curb. In the rearview mirror, I could see figures emerging from the warehouse, but we were already turning the corner, out of sight. We drove in tense silence for several minutes, all of us breathing hard. Finally, when I was sure we weren't being followed, I spoke up. "Where to now?" My passenger looked down at his daughter, who had fallen asleep in his arms. "Somewhere safe. I've got evidence that'll bring down this whole operation, but I need to get it to the right people." I nodded, an idea forming. "I know a guy." former cop, now works as a PI. If anyone can help, it's him. As we drove towards my friend's office, I couldn't help but marvel at how much my life had changed in just a few short hours. I'd gone from a simple truck driver to what? An accomplice? A hero? Whatever I was now, I knew one thing for certain: this was going to be one hell of a story to tell during those long night shifts, assuming, of course, I ever drove a cab again after this. We pulled up outside my friend's office just as the sun was starting to rise. As my passengers got out, the man turned to me. "Thank you," he said simply. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't helped." I shrugged, suddenly feeling awkward. Just doing my job. Getting people where they need to go, you know. He smiled, and for the first time, I saw the fear and desperation leave his eyes. "Well, you got us exactly where we needed to be." As I watched them walk into the office, I felt a mix of emotions I couldn't quite name: fear, excitement, pride. They all swirled together. I'd taken a huge risk tonight, broken probably a dozen laws, but I'd also helped save a little girl and potentially expose a massive conspiracy. I got back in my truck, ready to head home and try to process everything that had happened. As I pulled away from the curb, I couldn't help but smile. In 15 years of driving, I'd never had a fare quite like this. And something told me I never would again. But that was okay. After all, every driver has that one story, the one that trumps all the others. And boy, did I have a story to tell. Story 2. The relentless city grind had worn Sarah and me thin. We craved an escape, a quiet haven where the only deadlines were the sun setting and the stars appearing. Willow Creek Inn, discovered online, promised just that: a charming Victorian nestled in Pennsylvania's rolling hills. The drive itself was a balm, all winding roads and vibrant autumn foliage, painting the landscape in hues of peace. We arrived as twilight softened the old house, casting a golden glow on its gingerbread trim and welcoming porch. Martha and George, the innkeepers, greeted us with folksy charm and smiles that seemed a little too wide, a touch too eager. "Welcome to Willow Creek," Martha chirped, her eyes crinkling. "We're so glad you could join us." I brushed off the odd eagerness, attributing it to the novelty of guests in what seemed like a secluded inn. George, amiable and chatty, carried our bags upstairs, regaling us with tales of the house's history and the surrounding area. Our room was a picture of rustic comfort, adorned with antique furniture and handmade quilts, precisely what we'd envisioned. "Dinner will be served at 7 o'clock, Martha's voice drifted up the stairs. "We hope you'll join us. We so rarely get to entertain these days." Sarah and I freshened up, then descended to the dining room. The table, set with fine china and shimmering silver, was far more elegant than I'd anticipated for a country inn. Martha had prepared a feast: roast chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, and fresh vegetables from their garden. Everything was delicious, yet a subtle, unidentifiable spice gave the flavors an unsettling twist. As we ate, George captivated us with stories of the area's history, particularly the old pagan traditions that once thrived in these hills. "Fascinating stuff," he mused, his eyes gleaming in the candlelight. "The old ways, the old gods. Some folks around here still keep to them, you know." I noticed Sarah shifting uncomfortably. She was always more attuned to these subtle undercurrents than I was. After dinner, Martha insisted on serving us tea in the parlor. The delicate clinking of china cups accompanied her almost ritualistic movements as she poured. "A special blend," she declared, smiling, "an old family recipe. It'll help you sleep." The tea had a peculiar, bitter herbal taste that lingered on the tongue. Almost immediately, a heavy wave of drowsiness washed over me. Sarah's eyelids were drooping too, her head nodding forward. "Oh my," Martha cooed, "looks like it's time for bed. George, why don't you help our guests up to their room?" The climb upstairs felt like scaling a mountain, my limbs heavy, my thoughts fuzzy. I vaguely remember George helping us into bed, murmuring something that sounded suspiciously like a prayer or a chant. I woke with a jolt in the dead of night, my head throbbing, my mouth parched. Sarah was still deeply asleep beside me. Something felt profoundly wrong. That's when my eyes fell upon the bedroom door. Intricate spirals and unsettling runes were carved into its surface, seeming to writhe in the dim light. Panic began to coil in my stomach. I shook Sarah, desperate to rouse her. "Sarah, come on, we need to go now." She stirred, groggy, her eyes unfocused. "What? What's going on?" "I don't know," I whispered, "but we need to get out of here." I tried the door, but it was locked, of course. Then I heard it, a low hum from downstairs, growing into a rhythmic chant. The window, Sarah's voice was tight with fear. I moved towards it, but as I reached for the latch, I froze. Outside, illuminated by the moonlight, stood dozens of robed figures, swaying in a circle around the house, arms raised towards the sky. "Oh God," I breathed. "Sarah, look." She came to stand beside me, her hand clutching mine tightly. "What are they doing?" "I don't know," I replied, "but I don't think we want to find out." The chanting surged, growing louder, more fervent. I felt a strange vibration in the air, like static electricity building before a storm. "We need to find another way out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for Sarah's sake. We frantically searched the room for anything we could use as a weapon or tool. Under the bed, I found an old fire poker, not much, but better than nothing. Footsteps creaked in the hallway outside our door. Someone was coming. Sarah and I pressed ourselves against the wall, hearts pounding. The lock clicked, and the door slowly swung open. Martha stood there, her kindly grandmotherly facade gone, replaced by something ancient and terrifying. Her eyes were solid black, and symbols like those on the door glowed faintly on her skin. "It's time, my dears," she said, her voice resonating with an otherworldly power. "The old ones are waiting." I didn't think. I just acted. I swung the fire poker with all my might, connecting with Martha's side. She went down with a shriek that was decidedly inhuman. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. We bolted from the room and down the stairs, the chanting outside reaching a fever pitch. George appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his form seeming to shift and warp in the shadows. "You can't leave," he growled, his voice deepening to an impossible bass. "The ritual has already begun." Sarah, always quicker on her feet, grabbed a vase from a side table and hurled it at him. It shattered against his chest, and he stumbled back, more in surprise than pain. We pushed past him and ran for the front door. It was locked, of course, but adrenaline gave me strength I didn't know I had. I slammed my shoulder into it once, twice, and on the third try, it burst open. The scene outside was like something from a nightmare. The robed figures had formed a tight circle around the house, their chanting now a deafening roar. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath our feet pulsed like a living thing. The car. Sarah gasped. We need to get to the car. Our rental was parked just beyond the circle of chanters. It might as well have been miles away. On three, I said, gripping Sarah's hand tightly. 1, 2, 3. We ran, charging straight for a gap between two robed figures. They turned towards us, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Hands reached out to grab us, their touch burning like ice. I swung the fire poker wildly, connecting with robed bodies and outstretched arms. Sarah kicked and clawed, her terror lending her a strength I'd never seen before. Somehow, miraculously, we broke through. We sprinted for the car, the sounds of pursuit close behind. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the first of the cultists reached us, pale, distorted faces pressed against the windows, mouths open in silent screams. I floored it, the tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. We tore down the driveway, the headlights illuminating more robed figures that seemed to melt away into the darkness as we passed. In the rearview mirror, I could see the old Victorian house now wreathed in an eerie, pulsing light. We drove for hours, not daring to stop, not even sure where we were going. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, we finally pulled over at a truck stop, both of us shaking and on the verge of hysteria. What was that? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, still struggling to process what we'd seen, what we'd escaped from. I don't know. Some kind of cult, I think. God, if we hadn't woken up when we did. Sarah shuddered, leaning into me. Do we go to the police? I laughed, the sound bordering on manic. And tell them what? That we were almost sacrificed to some ancient gods by a bed and breakfast cult? They'd think we were crazy. In the end, we drove straight home, trying to put as much distance between us and Willow Creek as possible. We never spoke about that night to anyone else, who would believe us. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I can hear the faint echo of that chanting. And I wonder about the old ones, and what might have happened if we hadn't escaped, what might still be waiting out there in those quiet, rolling hills. One thing's for certain, we'll never stay at a bed and breakfast again. Some quaint charms are better left unexplored. Story 3. The hushed grandeur of the Starlight Hotel's lobby usually offered a sanctuary of calm on my graveyard shift. My name is Emily, and for 6 months, I'd navigated the shimmering marble floors and whispered desires of downtown Chicago's elite. Most nights, my greatest challenge was coaxing a room key from a befuddled, overly imbibed businessman. But that night, the very air seemed to crackle with an insidious premonition. It was just past 2 a.m., that desolate hour when the city exhales its last tired breath before the dawn. I sat at the front desk, the dull glow of the security monitors painting my face, battling the insidious pull of sleep. Then, a flicker of movement on screen seized my attention, the 14th floor. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, paced the plush hallway, her agitation stark, her glances over her shoulder frantic, as if pursued by unseen specters. My gut clenched. At first, I assumed a simple lockout, a common nocturnal occurrence. But then I watched, mesmerized, as her trembling hand tried the handle of room 1412. then moved with a desperate urgency to the next, and the next. My instincts screamed a primal warning. I reached for the phone. Jerry, our night security guard, our perpetually slumbering guardian. No answer. Probably lost in the blissful oblivion of the break room again, I sighed, a wave of exasperation warring with mounting dread. Hotel policy was ironclad, the front desk, never unattended. Yet, the raw fear etched on that screen, the palpable desperation radiating from her digital form, compelled me. I couldn't simply remain a passive observer. In a split-second decision that would irrevocably alter my life, I snatched the master key card and surged towards the elevators. The ascent to the 14th floor stretched into an eternity, my mind a maelstrom of terrifying possibilities. Was she a victim? A fugitive? Or was I merely succumbing to a fantastical overreaction? The elevator doors parted with a soft, ominous ding, revealing an empty hallway. The woman was gone. My footsteps, muffled by the luxurious carpet, felt thunderous in the oppressive silence. I strained my ears, every nerve ending on high alert, until a faint, heart-wrenching sobbing pierced the stillness from around the corner. I rushed forward, my pulse hammering against my temples, to find her cowering on the floor, her face buried in her hands, makeup smeared like war paint. "Miss?" I whispered, my voice a delicate thread, unwilling to shatter her fragile composure. "Are you all right? Do you need help?" Her head snapped up, eyes wide with a profound terror, glistening with unshed tears. "Please," she choked out, "please, you have to help me. They're going to kill me." My heart instantly accelerated, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. "Who's going to kill you? Are you in danger right now?" She nodded frantically, pushing herself to her feet with a desperate surge of energy. "They brought me here. I thought it was just a modeling job," but she broke off, a guttural sob tearing from her throat. A chilling dread seeped into my bones as the horrific pieces of her fragmented confession began to coalesce. "Okay," I said, my voice a strained whisper, struggling to maintain a semblance of calm. "Let's get you somewhere safe, and then we can call the police." I began to guide her towards the elevator, but she seized my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, almost vice-like. "No. We can't leave. My friend. They still have her. Room 1415. We have to help her." I hesitated, torn. Every instinct screamed at me to whisk this girl away, to summon the authorities and let them untangle this horrifying web. But the raw plea in her eyes, the undeniable possibility of another innocent victim. "All right," I conceded, making another perilous decision, one I fervently hoped I wouldn't live to regret. "Stay close to me." We crept down the hallway, each step a gamble, until we reached room 1415. I pressed my ear to the door, hearing nothing but the frantic thrumming of my own blood. With hands that trembled uncontrollably, I swiped the master key card. The lock clicked, a sound like a tiny, metallic death knell. I slowly pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in oppressive darkness, but two figures were discernible on the bed. One was clearly unconscious, sprawled at an unnatural angle. The other, a man, hunched over a laptop, his back to us. At the faint sound of the door, he began to turn. Without a second thought, driven by a surge of pure, unadulterated adrenaline, I snatched a heavy crystal vase from a nearby table and swung it with all my might. It connected with a sickening crunch, and the man crumpled to the floor, a heap of unconscious evil. The young woman, whose name I would later learn was Amy, rushed past me, a whirlwind of desperate hope, shaking her friend. "Lizzie! Lizzie, wake up!" I quickly checked the pulse of the crumpled man on the floor. Still alive, just thoroughly incapacitated. Then I moved to Lizzie. She was breathing, but unresponsive. My eyes fell upon the telltale needle marks on her arms, and a surge of furious, righteous anger ignited within me. "We need to get her out of here," I declared, my voice grim. "Can you help me carry her?" Between the two of us, we managed to half carry, half drag Lizzie's dead weight into the hallway. That's when the elevator chimed, a sound that sliced through the fragile silence like a razor. Two men stepped out, their eyes widening, instantly taking in the horrific tableau. One of them reached into his jacket, and I caught a terrifying glimpse of cold steel. "Run!" I screamed, shoving the girls towards the emergency stairs. We burst through the stairwell door, the ominous echoes of pursuit immediately behind us. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, a potent, burning fuel, as we stumbled down the stairs as fast as our trembling legs would carry us, Lizzie's unconscious form a crushing burden between us. "Where are we going?" Amy gasped as we reached the 10th floor landing. I was wondering the exact same thing. The lobby was a death trap, likely crawling with more of them. Then, a lightning bolt of an idea struck me, the service elevator in the back. "This way," I urged, pushing through a door marked "Employees Only." We stumbled down a narrow, labyrinthine hallway choked with linen carts and cleaning supplies. The heavy footsteps and angry shouts echoing in the stairwell behind us grew perilously close. We reached the service elevator, and I jabbed the call button repeatedly, a silent prayer escaping my lips for its swift arrival. The footsteps were thundering now, impossibly close. Just as our pursuers burst into the hallway, the elevator doors slid open with a soft hiss. We tumbled inside, and I slammed the button for the basement. As the doors closed, I caught a final, horrifying glimpse of furious faces and grasping hands, a tableau of pure malevolence. The descent to the basement felt like an eternity, though it was probably only seconds. When the doors opened, we found ourselves in the hotel's cavernous laundry room, a humid maze of industrial washing machines and towering shelves of linens. "Come on," I commanded, leading them through the oppressive heat. "There's a door that leads to the alley." We emerged into the cool, liberating embrace of the night air, the familiar sounds of the city a stark, beautiful contrast to the suffocating tension of the hotel. I led them down the alley to where my car was parked in the employee lot. As I fumbled with my keys, a pair of headlights appeared at the end of the alley. A black SUV. It was pulling in, mercilessly cutting off our escape route. "Get in," I shouted, finally wrenching the car door open. We piled in, Lizzie's unconscious form draped across the back seat. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life just as men began pouring out of the SUV. I floored it, tires screaming in protest as I backed up at a terrifying speed. We shot out of the alley onto the main street, narrowly missing a taxi, the scene a blur of terrifying motion. For the next 20 minutes, I drove like a maniac through the labyrinthine streets of Chicago, taking random turns, doubling back, constantly checking my rear-view mirror for any sign of pursuit. Finally, when I was absolutely certain we weren't being followed, I pulled into the deserted parking lot of a 24-hour diner. "Okay," I said, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I killed the engine. I think we're safe for now. Let's call the police." As we waited for the authorities to arrive, Amy, her voice trembling but gaining strength with each word, recounted her harrowing tale. She and Lizzie, aspiring models, had answered an ad, believing it to be their big break. Instead, they had been drugged, brought to the hotel, and were to be sold to the highest bidder, their dreams shattered, their lives irrevocably scarred. When the police finally showed up, it was like a dam breaking. I poured out everything, what I'd witnessed on the security cameras, what I'd discovered in that horrific hotel room, our desperate, harrowing escape. They took Amy and Lizzie to the hospital, and I was asked to accompany them to the station to give a formal statement. As I sat in the harsh, unflinching fluorescent light of the police station, the terrifying events of the night replayed relentlessly in my mind. I realized just how perilously close we had come to disaster. If I hadn't noticed Amy on the grainy security feed, if I had blindly adhered to protocol and remained glued to my desk, I shuddered to think what unspeakable fate might have befallen them. The detectives informed me later that my impulsive, courageous actions had been instrumental in busting a major human trafficking ring. The men at the hotel were swiftly apprehended, and even more victims were rescued from other locations. I never returned to work at the Starlight. The memories of that night, raw and visceral, were simply too overwhelming, too deeply horrifying. Instead, I began volunteering at a women's shelter, dedicating myself to helping other victims of trafficking, a silent testament to the night that had irrevocably altered my path. Sometimes, on quiet nights, Amy's desperate eyes still flicker in my mind's eye. I hear the phantom echo of frantic footsteps in the stairwell, feel the electric rush of adrenaline as we fled into the night. But I also remember the overwhelming relief that washed over her face when she finally understood she was safe. And I know, with an absolute certainty, that no matter how terrifying that night was, I would relive it all again in a heartbeat. Because sometimes, being a hero doesn't demand a cape or supernatural powers. Sometimes, it simply means being observant, fiercely trusting your instincts, and possessing the unyielding courage to act when others are in dire need. Story 4. The suburban quiet of my street was usually a lullaby, a testament to predictable peace. My name is Maya, and I've always been a notoriously light sleeper. So, when the jarring thud of a car door slamming shattered the midnight stillness, jolting me awake, I wasn't entirely surprised. What did send a tremor of alarm through me, however, was the sight of my new neighbor, John, grappling with an enormous, black trash bag in his driveway at such an ungodly hour. I'd met John a few weeks prior when he first moved in. He seemed affable enough, mid-30s, clean-cut, perpetually sporting a ready smile and a wave. But even then, something about him had felt askew. A subtle tension lurked behind his eyes, a dissonance that belied his outwardly friendly demeanor. Watching him from my bedroom window, I witnessed him heave the cumbersome bag into his trunk, then cast a quick, furtive glance around before sliding into his car and silently driving away. The entire scene sent a trickle of ice down my spine. What unspeakable contents could necessitate such clandestine disposal? I tried to coax myself back to sleep, but my mind had become a furious churn of possibilities, each more sinister than the last. By the time my alarm shrieked its morning call, I was a wreck, exhausted, on edge, and riddled with gnawing suspicion. Over the next few days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to John's comings and goings. I noticed his erratic schedule. Sometimes he'd vanish in the dead of night, only to reappear late the following day. His house remained a silent, isolated fortress. No friends, no family, no visitors ever graced his doorstep. One evening, as I was wheeling my own trash bin to the curb, I spotted John in his garage, meticulously cleaning out his car. A dangerous surge of curiosity propelled me forward. "Hey there, neighbor," I called out, feigning a casual air. "How are you settling in?" John looked up, startled. For a fleeting split second, I caught a terrifying glimpse of something raw and volatile in his eyes. Fear, yes, but also a flash of stark, chilling anger. It vanished instantly, replaced by his customary, disarming smile. "Oh, hey. Yeah, everything's great, just doing a bit of cleaning." He subtly shifted his body, a deliberate shield, obscuring my view of the car's interior. My suspicions intensified. "Must be nice to have a garage," I offered, trying to pry. "Mine's so full of junk I can barely fit my car in there." He let out a forced, brittle laugh. "Yeah, it's pretty handy. Listen, I've got to run some errands. Nice chatting with you." And with that, he swiftly, almost violently, yanked the garage door down, leaving me standing there, a tempest of unanswered questions raging in my mind. That night, sleep remained an elusive phantom. The encounter in the garage had only intensified my chilling certainty. I found myself glued to my window, a silent sentinel, scrutinizing John's house for any sign of activity. Around midnight, I saw him leave again, this time carrying a duffel bag. Without a conscious thought, driven by an irresistible, dangerous impulse, I snatched my phone and car keys and followed him. John drove for nearly an hour, navigating away from the sleepy suburbs and deeper into the rural expanse. I maintained a safe, discreet distance, my heart hammering with each turn of the wheel. Finally, he veered off onto a desolate dirt road that plunged into a dense, inky forest. I pulled my car off at the entrance, plunging myself into the oppressive darkness, relying solely on my phone's flashlight to guide my trembling steps. The nocturnal symphony of the forest was eerily unsettling. The rustle of unseen leaves, the occasional mournful hoot of an owl. But far more terrifying was the grim anticipation of what unspeakable horror awaited me at the end of this isolated path. After perhaps 10 minutes of agonizing walking, I spotted a faint clearing ahead. John's car sat silently, bathed in the anemic beam of his flashlight, moving erratically. I crouched behind a colossal tree, peering out into the dimly lit space. What I witnessed made my blood run cold. John was digging. A gaping hole in the earth grew steadily beneath his efforts. And beside him, the duffel bag lay open, revealing what looked horrifyingly like human hair. My hands shaking uncontrollably, I raised my phone, determined to capture damning proof. But in my panicked haste, I forgot to disable the flash. The clearing exploded in a blinding burst of light for a split second, and John's head snapped up, his eyes locking directly onto mine. In that horrifying moment, I knew with bone-deep certainty, I was in mortal peril. "Who's there?" he roared, dropping the shovel and plunging his hand into his jacket. I didn't wait to see what he was reaching for. I turned and ran, branches whipping at my face, a desperate, animalistic flight through the dense undergrowth. I could hear John crashing through the forest behind me, his furious pursuit gaining with terrifying speed. My lungs burned, my legs ached with a searing agony, but pure, unadulterated terror propelled me forward. I burst onto the dirt road, my car a tantalizing beacon in the distance. But as I sprinted towards it, the guttural roar of an engine erupted behind me. John had reached his car first. Headlights flared, blinding me, and I instinctively dove into the ditch beside the road, praying with every fiber of my being that he hadn't seen me. The car sped past, a black blur, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I was safe. But then, the screech of brakes, the chilling slam of a car door. "I know you're out here." John's voice echoed through the suffocating darkness, filled with the predatory certainty. "You can't hide forever." I lay there in the ditch, barely daring to breathe, leaves and twigs digging into my skin. I could hear John moving, his heavy footsteps patrolling the road, a terrifying game of cat and mouse. Slowly, meticulously, I began to inch my way through the ditch, crawling towards my car. It felt like hours, though it was likely only minutes, before I finally reached it. I could still hear John's relentless search, but his voice was thankfully fading, growing more distant. Taking a desperate, ragged breath, I made a break for it, wrenching open my car door and throwing myself inside. The engine roared to life, a symphony of survival, and I peeled out onto the road, gravel spraying violently behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw John running towards his car, a figure of enraged futility, but I had a head start. I drove like a maniac, taking random, frantic turns, constantly checking my mirrors, my paranoia a chilling constant. It wasn't until I was back in familiar territory, the comforting glow of streetlights embracing me, that I finally allowed myself to relax, even marginally. My hands shook so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. What had I just witnessed? What was I going to do? I spent the remainder of the night pacing my living room, every innocuous sound a potential threat, every shadow a lurking menace. When morning finally dawned, a pale, hesitant light, I called in sick to work and drove straight to the police station. The detective, a weary-looking man, listened patiently to my breathless, fragmented account, but I could plainly see the skepticism hardening in his eyes. "So, let me get this straight," he said, his voice laced with an almost imperceptible hint of incredulity. "You followed your neighbor into the woods in the middle of the night because you thought he was acting suspiciously?" Put that way, it did sound unhinged. But I persisted, thrusting the blurry photo I'd managed to capture into his hand. It was barely anything, a dark, indistinct shape that could have been any bag, and the vague outline of a person digging. "Look," the detective sighed, a weary capitulation, "we'll look into it. But without more concrete evidence, there's not much we can do. In the meantime, I'd advise you to stay away from your neighbor and stop following him around at night. That's dangerous and could be considered stalking." I left the police station feeling defeated, frustrated, and consumed by a cold, insidious dread. They clearly didn't believe me, or at least didn't see enough tangible evidence to act. For the next few days, I was a nervous wreck. My curtains remained perpetually drawn, every car door slam sent a jolt of terror through me, and a kitchen knife became my constant, cold companion beside my bed. John, maddeningly, acted as if nothing had transpired, offering cheerful waves whenever our paths crossed. It was almost a week later when I saw the news report. A body found in the very woods where I'd followed John. The victim, a young woman who had been missing for months. I called the police immediately, my voice trembling with a terrifying certainty, demanding to speak to the detective who had dismissed my earlier plea. This time, he listened. The investigation that followed unfurled like a chilling crime procedural. Police swarmed John's house and car, unearthing damning evidence that linked him not only to this murder, but to several others across the state. When they finally came to arrest him, John offered no resistance. As they led him away in handcuffs, his eyes, once so disarmingly friendly, locked directly onto mine, standing in my driveway. There was no trace of the genial neighbor now, only cold, dead eyes that promised an unholy vengeance. In the months that followed, I was lauded as a hero, a civilian who helped ensnare a serial killer. But it felt anything but heroic. Nightmares plagued me, the constant, suffocating sensation of being watched, a suffocating shroud. I eventually moved, the oppressive weight of living next door to the house where a monster had meticulously planned his gruesome deeds too much to bear. But no matter where I go, I cannot escape the searing lesson I learned. Sometimes, the most dangerous secrets lurk in plain sight, right next door. And now, whenever I encounter a new neighbor, I can't help but wonder, what dark truths are they concealing behind their friendly smiles and cheerful waves? Because I know firsthand, with a chilling certainty, that sometimes, curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it can plunge you into the crosshairs of a remorseless killer. Story 5. The open highway had always been my escape, a ribbon of asphalt unspooling freedom. My beat-up Corolla and I had a standing date with my sister's wedding in Columbus, a mere 300 miles away. I'd made this pilgrimage a dozen times, each journey a breezy ballet across rural back roads, utterly devoid of incident. But this time, fate, with its cruel and capricious hand, had other, far more sinister plans. The first tremor of trouble rumbled beneath the hood about halfway through my journey, a gut-wrenching sputtering, followed by an ominous plume of thick, black smoke. I nursed my ailing vehicle, coaxing it, praying it would limp into the next town, a tiny, forgotten speck on the map called Millbrook. As I coasted into what passed for the town center, a profound, unsettling unease washed over me. The streets were eerily, unnaturally empty for mid-afternoon, a ghost town bathed in the pale sunlight. And the few people I did spot seemed to pause, their heads turning with a disconcerting slowness, their gazes fixed, imprisoning, as my car idled by. I tried to dismiss it, to chalk it up to the natural, insatiable curiosity small-town folks harbored for outsiders. But something about their collective stare, that unnerving intensity, made my skin crawl with a prickling sensation. I pulled up to the only garage in town, a decrepit structure with paint peeling like sunburned skin and ancient gas pumps standing like rusted sentinels out front. An old man, his overalls perpetually stained with grease, ambled out to meet me, wiping his hands on a grimy rag. "Trouble with your car, miss?" he rasped, his voice a gravelly whisper. I nodded, popping the hood with a sigh. "Yeah, started smoking about 10 miles back. Any chance you can take a look?" He peered into the engine compartment, sucking air through his teeth with a sound like a leaking tire. Looks like your radiator's shot. Going to take some time to fix. Probably won't have the part till tomorrow, at the earliest." My heart plummeted. Tomorrow. But I need to be in Columbus by tonight. Isn't there any way to speed it up? The old mechanic shook his head slowly, a chilling finality in his gesture. "Afraid not. You're welcome to try the next town over, but that's a good 30 miles. Doubt you'd make it that far in this condition." I sighed, a wave of resignation washing over me. "All right, I guess I'll have to stay the night. Is there a motel around here?" "Just up the road," he said, pointing with a gnarled finger. "Can't miss it. Only place in town to stay." As I trudged up the street, my overnight bag feeling inexplicably heavy, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong with this town. The few people I passed on the sidewalk all subjected me to the same unnervingly intense stare, their eyes seeming to bore into me, following me long after I'd passed. The motel was a rundown affair, its neon sign flickering weakly, a dying gasp in the fading daylight. The clerk at the front desk barely glanced at me as he slid a key across the counter, his attention fixated on some unseen point over my shoulder. My room was precisely what I expected, musty, outdated, but undeniably serviceable. I tried calling my sister to inform her of the delay, but my cell phone stubbornly displayed no signal. The room phone, to my growing frustration, was dead. Frustrated and ravenously hungry, I decided to venture out in search of sustenance. The only restaurant in town was a small diner, directly across from the garage. As I pushed open the door, the low hum of conversations inside abruptly, unnervingly ceased. Every single head turned, a silent, unified pivot, to stare at me. In the sudden, suffocating silence, I could hear the frantic pounding of my own heartbeat, a frantic drum against my ribs. I took a seat at the counter, acutely aware of the searing intensity of their gazes boring into my back. The waitress approached, a plastic, unsettlingly permanent smile plastered on her face. "What'll it be, honey?" she asked, her voice syrupy sweet, sickly cloying. "Just a burger and fries, please," I mumbled, keeping my eyes fixed on the laminated menu, desperate to avoid their unsettling scrutiny. As she turned to place my order, hushed whispers from the other patrons began to creep, insidious tendrils, into my ears. Outsider almost timed the offering. A profound, icy chill snaked down my spine. What were they talking about? My food arrived swiftly, but my appetite had utterly vanished, swallowed by the rising tide of dread. I forced down a few meager bites, paid, and practically fled back to my motel room. Sleep was an elusive tormentor that night, my dreams plagued by haunting visions of blank-eyed townspeople and shadowy figures. I woke early the next morning, a desperate eagerness propelling me out of bed, craving nothing more than to have my car fixed and escape this suffocating place. But when I reached the garage, it was closed. A handwritten sign, stark and chilling, hung on the door, "Gone fishing. Back tomorrow." Panic began to set in, cold and relentless. I needed to leave. Now. Something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong in this town, and every instinct was screaming at me to run. I started walking, figuring I'd rather take my chances on the open highway than endure another agonizing night here. But as I reached the town limits, my path was abruptly, decisively blocked by a police cruiser. The officer inside, his face utterly devoid of expression, gave me that same unnervingly blank stare I'd seen on everyone else. "Roads closed," he stated flatly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Wash out from the storm last night. No one in or out until it's fixed." But there hadn't been a storm. I opened my mouth to argue, to plead, but the chilling emptiness in his eyes, a hunger that sent ice through my veins, silenced me. I retreated back into town, my mind a desperate whirlwind, searching for an escape. As I walked, I noticed the townspeople gathering in the square. They moved with an eerie synchronicity, a collective, unsettling ballet, as if guided by some unseen, malevolent force. curiosity, a dangerous siren, overcame my fear, and I crept closer, hiding behind a parked car to observe the chilling spectacle. The crowd formed a tight, expectant circle, and in its sinister center stood the old mechanic from yesterday. But he looked utterly different now, younger somehow, his back ramrod straight, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly, terrifying light. "Brothers and sisters," he intoned, his voice carrying with an unnerving ease across the square, "the time of the offering is upon us once again. Our guest has arrived, just as the prophecy foretold." A deep, bone-chilling tremor ran through me as the horrifying realization slammed into me. He was talking about me. "Tonight, as the moon reaches its zenith," he declared, his voice rising to a crescendo, "we shall complete the ritual. Our Lord will feast, and our town shall prosper for another generation." The crowd erupted in a fervent, ecstatic cheer, their faces twisted into grotesque masks of ecstatic fervor. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of sick joke, a shared delusion. But as I turned to run, my path was abruptly, inexorably blocked. The waitress from the diner stood there, that same plastic smile fixed on her face, a grotesque parody of welcome. "Going somewhere, honey?" she asked, her voice dripping with a false, saccharine sweetness that made my stomach churn. I tried to push past her, to break free, but her grip on my arm was inhumanly strong, unyielding. Others approached, their forms emerging from the shadows, surrounding me. Their eyes gleamed with that unnatural light I'd seen before, and now, the horrifying truth crashed down upon me. Whatever dark, ancient power held this town in its suffocating grip had taken root in these people long ago, consuming their very souls. They dragged me, a struggling, desperate captive, to the center of the square, where the old mechanic, or whatever monstrous entity he truly was, waited. Up close, his eyes were completely, terrifyingly black, like bottomless pools of oil. "Welcome, child," he intoned, his voice resonating with an unholy power. "You have been chosen for a great honor. Your sacrifice will ensure our prosperity for years to come." I struggled against my captors, a futile, desperate defiance. It was useless. They were too strong, too many. As the sun began its final, agonizing descent, they led me to a cold, ancient stone altar that had been hidden beneath a tarp. Unspeakable symbols were carved into its surface, symbols that seemed to burn my eyes with their sheer malevolence. The townspeople began to chant in a guttural language I didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic, terrifying rhythm. The old mechanic produced a wicked, gleaming knife, its blade reflecting the fading light with an ominous glint. Just as all hope seemed lost, utterly annihilated, a desperate, brilliant inspiration struck. They had confiscated my phone and car keys, but they hadn't found the small canister of pepper spray I kept on my keychain, a forgotten remnant of my former, mundane life. With a last, desperate surge of strength, I wrenched my arm free and seized it. I sprayed wildly, a blinding, burning mist, catching the mechanic full in the face. He screamed, a sound no human throat should be able to make, and staggered back, clutching his face in agony. In the ensuing chaos, a fleeting window of opportunity, I managed to break free. I ran like I'd never run before, a blur of desperate motion, not daring to look back. I could hear them pursuing, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the deepening twilight. Somehow, miraculously, I made it to the edge of town. The police cruiser was gone, the road ahead blessedly clear. I ran until my lungs burned with a searing fire, until my legs felt like jelly, until I simply couldn't run anymore. I collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for air, my body screaming in protest. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching, a beacon of hope. I waved frantically, a ragged, desperate plea, praying with every fiber of my being that it wasn't someone from Millbrook. To my immense, overwhelming relief, it was a state trooper. He listened to my wild, fractured story with growing concern, his brow furrowed, then swiftly called for backup. By dawn, the town was swarming with police and FBI agents. But Millbrook held one final, chilling surprise. As the authorities meticulously searched the town, they found it completely abandoned. Houses stood empty, doors ajar, as if the residents had simply vanished into thin air, evaporated like mist. The only lingering sign that anyone had ever lived there was a strange, unsettling symbol carved into the base of the stone altar, a symbol that chillingly matched ones found at several other abandoned towns across the country over the past century. The official report, with its neat, sterile conclusions, chalked it up to mass hysteria and some kind of toxic gas leak. But I know the truth. Sometimes, evil takes root in the most unassuming places. And sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones hiding behind friendly smiles and small-town charm. I still drive cross-country sometimes, but now I stick to the brightly lit, heavily trafficked main highways. And if my car ever breaks down again, I think I'll take my chances with walking. Story 6. The open road had always been my sanctuary, the rhythmic hum of my tires a constant, soothing companion. My wife, Sarah, and I had meticulously planned this cross-country road trip for months. We'd charted every major attraction, booked quaint stays, and even curated the perfect playlist to soundtrack the endless stretches of highway. But it was a split-second decision, a spontaneous veer off the beaten path, that would irrevocably shatter our peace. We were deep in the middle of nowhere, having swerved off the interstate to escape a suffocating traffic jam. Our GPS, a usually reliable guide, was valiantly struggling to grasp a signal, but I wasn't unduly worried. The sun was beginning its glorious descent, bleeding vibrant hues of orange and pink across the sky, and the winding country road seemed to promise a tranquil journey. "You sure you know where we're going, Mike?" Sarah asked, a faint tremor of concern lacing her voice. I flashed her a confident smile, a performance for her benefit as much as mine. "Absolutely. We'll be back on the main road in no time. Besides, isn't this view worth it?" She had to concede. The rolling hills and dense forests offered a welcome respite from the monotonous drone of the highway. We drove on in comfortable silence, soaking in the serene scenery and each other's quiet company. It was nearly dark when we drifted through a blink-and-you-miss-it kind of town, barely more than a handful of derelict buildings clustered around a single intersection. Most of them seemed abandoned, their windows like vacant eyesores. The only flicker of life emanated from a rundown gas station, its neon sign stuttering a weak, spectral glow in the deepening twilight. "Maybe we should stop and ask for directions," Sarah suggested, her voice laced with a growing unease. I was about to agree, about to yield to the creeping apprehension, when my eyes snagged on a cluster of men lounging outside the gas station. There was something profoundly off about them, a lurking menace that sent a prickle of dread dancing up the back of my neck. They watched our car pass with an unsettling intensity, a predatory gaze that made my blood run cold. "Nah, I'm sure we're close," I mumbled, pressing down on the accelerator, a desperate need to escape their unsettling stares. Let's keep going. As we left the town behind, swallowed by the encroaching darkness, I couldn't shake the chilling sensation of being watched. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a ghostly presence materializing in our wake. It was utterly dark now, the road ahead a black ribbon illuminated only by the twin beams of our headlights. We'd been driving for at least an hour since that unsettling town, and still, there was no sign of the highway, no comforting glow of distant civilization. "Mike, I think we're lost," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with thinly veiled panic. Before I could offer a hollow reassurance, I saw them, headlights, a distant pinprick at first, then growing with terrifying speed in our rearview mirror. Whoever it was, they were driving with a reckless, terrifying abandon. "It's fine," I tried to reassure her, my voice a strained mockery of calm. "Probably just some local who knows these roads better than we do." But as the vehicle bore down on us, its single light multiplying into 3 sets of relentless, pursuing headlights, my heart plunged into an icy abyss. They were bearing down on us like a pack of rabid wolves, their engines a growing, guttural roar. Sarah turned in her seat, her face a pale canvas of terror in the harsh glare of the approaching lights. "Mike, they're getting closer. I don't like this." I didn't like it either. Every primal instinct screamed danger, screamed that this wasn't merely a local joyride. This was a hunt. I pressed harder on the gas, our old sedan groaning in protest, pushed to speeds it was never designed to endure. The pursuing vehicles gained on us relentlessly, their menacing forms now starkly visible, a trio of brutal pickup trucks, their engines roaring like enraged beasts, closing the distance with terrifying speed. "What do they want?" Sarah's voice was barely a whisper, a breathy gasp of pure dread. I shook my head, my knuckles stark white against the steering wheel, a desperate white-knuckle grip on a rapidly unraveling nightmare. "I don't know, but we're not stopping to find out." The lead truck was a monstrous shadow directly behind us now. In my rearview mirror, I could discern the driver's face, a burly man with a wild, untamed beard, his features twisted into a grotesque, maniacal grin. He flashed his high beams, the sudden, blinding brightness momentarily searing my vision, plunging me into a terrifying, luminous void. That's when the first gunshot ripped through the night, a deafening crack that shattered the fragile illusion of safety. Sarah screamed, a raw, guttural sound, as our rear windshield exploded inward, showering us with 1,000 glittering shards of glass. I swerved violently, the car fishtailing precariously, nearly losing control. "Get down!" I roared, and Sarah instinctively ducked, her arms flung over her head, a shield against the raining shrapnel. More shots followed, a horrifying symphony of destruction, ricocheting off the metallic skin of our car. I zigzagged desperately across the road, trying to present a harder target, my eyes frantically scanning the inky blackness for any flicker of civilization, any glimmer of hope, any promise of help. "There!" Sarah shrieked, her finger pointing ahead, her voice cracking with desperate hope. Lights in the distance. I could make out the faint, inviting glow of what looked like a small town. If we could just reach it, just make it to that distant beacon, maybe we'd find salvation. Or at the very least, witnesses. Someone to make our tormentors back off. But our car, a loyal but wary companion, had other, more tragic ideas. Whether from the brutal strain of the relentless chase or a single, devastatingly lucky shot, Something beneath the hood erupted in a terrible, grinding shriek. Black smoke began to billow from the engine, a dark, suffocating cloud, and I felt our speed plummeting, a horrifying deceleration into the jaws of despair. No, 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 I muttered, my voice a desperate plea, willing the failing machinery to keep going, to hold on just a little longer. Come on, just a little further. We were limping now, a wounded animal, the trucks behind us closing in for the kill, their predatory engines a snarling chorus. I could see the town with terrifying clarity now, a cluster of houses and buildings huddled around a main street, so close, yet impossibly, agonizingly far. Just as I thought it was over, that we were doomed to be brutally run off the road, I spotted it, a narrow, almost invisible dirt path branching off to the right. Without a second thought, driven by a desperate, primal urge for survival, I yanked the wheel hard, sending us careening down the rough, unforgiving track, the car bouncing violently over unseen obstacles. Our pursuers, caught completely by surprise, roared past the turn-off, their momentum carrying them forward. I slammed off the headlights, plunging us into absolute, suffocating darkness as we bounced along the uneven ground, swallowed by the black embrace of the forest. Where are we going? Sarah whispered, her voice a ragged, terrified breath. I don't know, I admitted, the terrifying truth hanging heavy in the air, but hopefully somewhere they can't follow. The path twisted through dense woods, unseen branches scraping with a horrifying shriek against the sides of our car. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged into a small, forgotten clearing. In its center, an old barn loomed, its wood gray and weathered, a silent, ghostly sentinel. I killed the engine, and we sat in absolute silence, straining our ears, straining for any sound of their relentless pursuit. In the distance, a faint, menacing hum of revving engines drifted through the night air. They were searching for us. We can't stay here, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling with an undeniable urgency. They'll find us eventually. She was right, of course. But with our car gasping its last breaths and no idea of our location, our options were terrifyingly limited. Okay, I said, forcing a clarity into my voice despite the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. We'll hide the car in the barn. Then we'll head into the woods on foot. Maybe we can circle back to that town we saw. It was a desperate, Hail Mary plan, but it was all we had. We pushed the failing car into the barn, its groans echoing in the cavernous space, then frantically gathered whatever meager supplies we could, a flashlight, a bottle of water, Sarah's small canister of pepper spray. As we were about to slip out, my hand brushed against something cold and solid leaning against the wall, an old axe. I seized it, the weight a grim comfort in my hand, fervently hoping I would never have to wield it, but unwilling to leave it behind. We set out into the woods, moving as quietly as two terrified souls could, our footsteps muted by the soft forest floor. The forest, usually a symphony of soothing sounds, was now alive with the terrifying cacophony of unseen rustles, the hoot of an owl, a mournful, ominous cry. Every snapping twig, every whisper of whine through the leaves, sent a jolt of terror through us, certain we were about to be discovered. We'd been walking for maybe an hour when we heard it, voices, carried on the wind, faint at first, but inexorably growing closer. They're still looking for us, Sarah whispered, her grip on my arm tightening, her fingers digging into my flesh. I nodded grimly. These men, whoever they were, weren't giving up easily. What could we possibly have done to warrant such relentless, murderous pursuit? We picked up our pace, abandoning any pretense of stealth. Better to be heard than caught. The voices behind us grew louder, accompanied by the crashing sounds of bodies moving through the dense forest, a terrifying counterpoint to our desperate flight. Suddenly, the trees thinned, and we found ourselves teetering on the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the powerful rush of water, a river, or a large, churning stream. We're trapped. Sarah gasped, raw panic twisting her features. I spun around frantically, searching for any escape. The drop was too precipitous to climb down safely, especially in the inky darkness. Going back was no longer an option. I could see the terrifying dance of flashlight beams between the trees behind us, an approaching nightmare. That's when my eyes snagged on it, a fallen tree, a massive, gnarled leviathan spanning the ravine like a natural, precarious bridge. It was our only chance. There! I exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger. We can cross there. Sarah's eyes widened in horror as she saw the makeshift bridge, a terrifying tightrope over the rushing abyss. Mike. We can't. It's too dangerous. We don't have a choice, I replied, my voice hard with desperate resolve, already moving towards the fallen tree. It's this or wait for them to find us. Reluctantly, Sarah followed. The log was wide enough to walk on, but slick with treacherous moss and decaying rot. I went first, moving with agonizing slowness, my arms outstretched for balance, every muscle screaming in protest. Sarah followed close behind, her breathing quick and shallow, a ragged gasp of fear. We were halfway across, the roaring water below a terrifying siren, when a shout erupted from behind us. Our pursuers had found us. There they are. Gunshots rang out, splintering the decaying wood around us, a terrifying symphony of violence. I turned just in time to see Sarah stumble, crying out in terror. Keep going, I yelled, reaching back a steadying hand, pulling her forward. We're almost there. It felt like an eternity, but finally, mercifully, we reached the other side. Without pausing to catch our breath, we plunged back into the dark embrace of the forest, the angry shouts of our pursuers slowly fading behind us. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs felt like jelly, until every muscle screamed in protest. When we finally stopped, gasping for air, I realized I could hear something beyond the frantic pounding of my own heart, traffic. Do you hear that? I asked Sarah, hope, a fragile, desperate thing, blossoming in my chest. She nodded, her face etched with exhaustion and dawning hope. A road. We pushed on, following the distant sound, stumbling through the underbrush for another 10 agonizing minutes. Then, finally, we emerged onto the shoulder of a highway, a beacon of safety in the pre-dawn gloom. In the distance, I could see the blessed lights of an approaching truck. Sarah and I looked at each other, relief and utter exhaustion etched deep on our faces. Without a word, we stepped out onto the road, waving our arms frantically, desperately. The truck slowed, then mercifully stopped. The driver, an older man with a kindly, weathered face, rolled down his window. "You folks okay?" he asked, genuine concern softening his voice. I shook my head, suddenly feeling the full, crushing weight of everything we'd endured. "No. We're not. We need help. Please." As we climbed into the warm, comforting cab of the truck, I caught one last, chilling glimpse of the dark, menacing forest behind us. Whatever nightmare we'd stumbled into back there, we had escaped its clutches. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the memory of that terrifying chase, the raw, primal fear, would haunt us for a very long time to come. Sometimes, the most dangerous detours aren't marked on any map. And sometimes, the real monsters are the ones you never see coming. Story 7. The opulent silence of the Stevenson mansion usually offered a welcome reprieve from the urban clamor. My name is Emily, and I've always prided myself on being the epitome of level-headed practicality. So, when my best friend, Sarah, asked me to house sit for her affluent employers while they vacationed, I accepted without a moment's hesitation. A week immersed in a luxurious haven, essentially paid to exist, it felt like a dream gig. The Stevensons' house was a testament to their success. 3 stories of sleek, modern architecture nestled gracefully in the hills, commanding a panoramic view of the sprawling city below. Floor-to-ceiling windows blurred the lines between interior and exterior. A state-of-the-art security system promised impenetrable safety, and more rooms than I could possibly count sprawled before me. It was the kind of place that made you feel intrinsically small, simply by standing within its vastness. The first couple of days unfolded without incident, a blissful blur of leisurely exploration, sun-drenched lounging by the pool, and indulgent binge-watching on their massive television. It was on the 3rd night that an insidious unease began to creep in, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. I was in the kitchen, crafting a late-night snack, when a distinct prickling sensation bloomed on the back of my neck, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I spun around, half expecting to confront an unseen presence, but the vast, gleaming kitchen remained stubbornly empty. Shaking off the sensation, I rationalized it away as mere nerves, the predictable byproduct of being utterly alone in a colossal, unfamiliar house. Yet, as I made my way back to the guest room, the disquiet clung to me like a damp shroud. The long hallway seemed to stretch into an inky abyss, the shadows deepening, taking on a menacing life of their own. I found myself quickening my pace, a desperate, instinctual urge to reach the relative sanctuary of my room. It was just past midnight when a soft thud reverberated from somewhere upstairs, jolting me violently awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart suddenly racing, a frantic drum against my ribs. It could have been anything, the old house settling, a book toppling from a shelf, but a cold, certain dread in my gut told me otherwise. I debated my next move. The rational part of my brain screamed to dismiss it, to burrow deeper into the covers and surrender to sleep. But curiosity, a dangerous siren, coupled with a nagging sense of responsibility to my friend's employers, won the silent battle. If something was amiss, I had to investigate. Grabbing my phone for its anemic beam of light, I crept out into the hallway. The house was consumed by an eerie, oppressive quiet, a profound stillness that seemed to amplify every minuscule sound. My bare feet made no noise on the plush carpet as I ghosted towards the grand staircase. The second floor was even darker than the first, the moonlight outside casting bizarre, distorted shadows through the expansive windows. I paused at the top of the stairs, straining my ears, listening intently. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, it came, the unmistakable, chilling creak of a floorboard. My blood ran cold. There was someone else in the house. I stood frozen, my mind a desperate whirlwind. Should I call the police? Try to find a weapon? Make a frantic, desperate run for it? Before I could commit to a decision, Another noise pierced the silence, closer this time, the hushed, clumsy shuffle of someone trying, and failing, to move with stealth. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of terror. I needed to hide, to find somewhere, anywhere, safe until I could comprehend what monstrosity I had stumbled upon. The master bedroom, just down the hall, offered a glimmer of hope. It had a sturdy lock on the door and, crucially, a landline phone I could use to summon help. I inched my way down the hallway, pressing myself against the cool wall, every shadow seemingly shifting, every innocent creak of the old house echoing like approaching footsteps. I was halfway to the bedroom when I saw it, a figure, a stark, menacing silhouette, at the very end of the hall. For a heart-stopping moment, we both froze, locked in a terrifying tableau, staring at each other across the oppressive darkness. Then, the figure moved, surging towards me with alarming, predatory speed. I didn't think. I simply ran. I burst into the master bedroom, slamming the heavy door shut behind me, my trembling hands fumbling desperately with the lock. My fingers, slick with fear, shook so violently I could barely grasp it, but finally, miraculously, I heard the satisfying click of the bolt sliding into place. Backing away from the door, my eyes darted frantically around the room. I snatched the landline phone from the bedside table, but when I pressed it to my ear, my heart plummeted, the line was dead. A violent thud against the door made me jump, a visceral jolt of terror. Whoever was out there, they were determined to get in. The door shuddered under the brutal impact, the wood groaning ominously. It wouldn't hold for long. I scanned the room desperately for anything I could wield as a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy crystal vase on the dresser, a substantial, reassuring weight in my trembling hands. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The pounding on the door intensified, growing more insistent, more violent. I could hear the sickening splintering of wood, knew it was only a matter of moments before it gave way. I backed into the corner of the room, the vase raised, a pathetic but defiant shield. With a final, thunderous crack, the door burst inward. A man stumbled in, his face a terrifying, featureless void behind a ski mask. He was larger than me, stronger, a formidable opponent, but I had the element of surprise and a desperate, burning will to survive on my side. As he lunged towards me, a menacing shadow, I swung the vase with every ounce of my remaining strength. It connected with a sickening thud against his head, and he crumpled to the floor, a heap of stunned darkness. For a fleeting moment, I thought it was over. Then, I heard voices, grim and guttural, drifting up from downstairs. He wasn't alone. I didn't wait to see if he'd recover. I bolted from the bedroom and down the hall, the shouts behind me growing louder, a terrifying chorus of pursuit. The stairs were out, they'd surely catch me there. That left only one desperate, terrifying option. I darted into one of the spare bedrooms, slamming and locking the door behind me, the window. It was my only chance. I threw it open, the cool night air biting at my face as I stared down at the dizzying drop below. It was high, impossibly high to jump safely. But there was a narrow ledge, barely visible in the moonlight, running along the side of the house, leading to the balcony of the next room over. Footsteps thundered down the hall, growing impossibly close. It was now or never. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I clambered out onto the treacherous ledge. The wind whipped at my clothes, tugging at me, as I inched along, pressing myself as close to the cold, unyielding wall as I possibly could. "Don't look down," I chanted to myself, a desperate mantra. "Just keep moving." I had almost reached the sanctuary of the balcony when I heard the window behind me creak open. One of the intruders had discovered my desperate escape route. I forced myself to move faster, my fingers scrabbling for purchase on the smooth, unforgiving exterior of the house. Just as I felt a brutal hand clamp around my ankle, a desperate, last-ditch surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I made a desperate lunge for the balcony railing. For one heart-stopping moment, suspended between life and oblivion, I thought I'd miscalculated, thought I was plummeting into the abyss. Then, my hands clamped around the cold metal, and I hauled myself over, collapsing onto the rough stone. I didn't stop to catch my breath, didn't allow myself a moment of respite. I scrambled to my feet and raced through the room, bursting out into the hall, taking the grand staircase 2 steps at a time. I could hear them behind me, closing in fast, their heavy footsteps a relentless drumbeat of doom. The front door was agonizingly close, a beacon of freedom. If I could just reach it, but as my hand closed around the doorknob, strong, brutal arms wrapped around me from behind, crushing the air from my lungs. "Got you," a gruff voice snarled in my ear. I struggled, kicking and clawing with furious desperation, but it was useless. He was simply too strong, his grip unbreakable. As he dragged me back into the house, my eyes darted to the stairs. 2 other men were descending, one clutching his head where I'd struck him with the vase. "What should we do with her?" the man holding me demanded, his voice thick with malicious intent. The man I'd hit stepped forward, slowly, deliberately pulling off his mask. My blood ran cold, a horrifying realization dawning. I recognized him. It was Mr. Stevenson, the owner of the house. "Hello, Emily," he said, his voice stripped bare of its usual civility, a cold, chilling pronouncement. "I think it's time we had a chat about what you've seen." My mind reeled, a whirlwind of betrayal and confusion. What was happening? Why was Mr. Stevenson breaking into his own home? And what unspeakable secret had I, a mere house-sitter, stumbled upon that warranted such a terrifying confrontation? As they led me into the grand living room, a chilling clarity descended. I noticed details I had previously overlooked, mundane objects now imbued with a sinister significance. A safe, hidden behind a painting, now stood gaping and empty. Stacks of damning documents lay scattered across the coffee table. A laptop screen glowed ominously, displaying what looked undeniably like illicit bank records. "You weren't supposed to be here," Mr. Stevenson stated, his voice a low, dangerous growl, pacing relentlessly before me. Sarah assured us the house would be empty. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow, a searing agony in my chest. Sarah, my best friend. She had set me up. But why? "I don't understand," I stammered, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "What is all this?" Mr. Stevenson sighed, a dismissive wave of his hand. "It's complicated, Emily. Let's just say that my business dealings aren't always strictly legal. And now, thanks to your unexpected presence, we have a problem." The implication hung heavy in the air, a suffocating shroud of unspoken threats. I knew too much. As I gazed at the hard, unyielding faces of the men surrounding me, a sinking feeling of despair washed over me. They had no intention of letting me leave. But I wasn't going down without a fight. As Mr. Stevenson turned to issue a quiet command to one of his men, I made my move. I drove my elbow back, a desperate, sharp jab into the stomach of the man holding me, feeling a fleeting rush of satisfaction as he grunted in pain and his grip momentarily loosened. I bolted for the front door, my fingers fumbling frantically with the lock. Behind me, I could hear shouts of rage, the thudding sound of pursuit, but adrenaline and raw fear lent me a terrifying, almost supernatural speed. I burst out into the night, the cool air hitting my face like a slap of icy water, a shock of exhilarating freedom. I ran down the long, winding driveway, my bare feet slapping against the cold pavement, a desperate, frantic rhythm. I didn't stop when I reached the road. I didn't dare look back to see if they were still following. I just ran. It wasn't until I staggered into a brightly lit gas station several miles away that I finally allowed myself to stop, collapsing onto the grimy concrete. My lungs were burning, each breath a searing agony, my feet bloody and bruised, but I was alive. I was safe. As I stumbled towards the payphone, my mind still reeling from the night's horrifying events, a single, chilling realization solidified. I had gone into that house expecting a quiet week of relaxation. Instead, I had uncovered a criminal conspiracy and barely escaped with my life. I learned a multitude of harsh lessons that night, about trust, about the deceptive facade of appearances, about how quickly life can shatter and turn upside down. But most profoundly, I learned that sometimes the most dangerous secrets hide in plain sight, nestled comfortably in the houses of the very people we believe we know. As the distant wail of approaching sirens filled the air, a mournful, comforting chorus, I made a silent vow: no more house sitting. No more blind trust. And definitely, absolutely, no more midnight explorations. Sometimes, it's better to leave the shadows utterly unexplored. Story 8. The crisp mountain air was a living thing, invigorating and pure. It filled my lungs, scouring away the lingering urban grime, the suffocating noise and chaos of the city. My name is Alex, and the wilderness has always been my true north, a sanctuary for my soul. So, when my friends, Jake and Sarah, proposed a weekend hiking trip deep into the Rockies, I seized the opportunity with a grateful surge of excitement. We had meticulously plotted this adventure for months, poring over maps, meticulously poring over trail guides, ensuring our gear was precisely calibrated for any eventuality. The weather forecast had been a symphony of perfection: clear skies, mild temperatures, a serene promise of uninterrupted bliss. It should have been the quintessential getaway. We set out early Friday morning, the air a tangible promise of adventure. The chosen trail, challenging yet navigable, wove gracefully through ancient, dense forests and beside the crystalline murmur of clear streams. By late afternoon, we had made significant progress, our muscles pleasantly protesting the exertion, a satisfying ache that spoke of honest effort. As the sun began its languid dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, we started our search for the perfect campsite. That's when Jake spotted it, a silhouette, a spectral form nestled incongruously in a small clearing. "Hey, check it out," he called, his voice laced with surprise, pointing through the trees. "Maybe we could stay there for the night instead of setting up the tents?" Sarah and I exchanged wary glances. It wasn't part of our meticulously crafted plan, but the allure of a solid roof over our heads, a reprieve from the damp chill of the night, was undeniably tempting. "I don't know," Sarah said, hesitation etched clearly on her face. "What if someone lives there?" I shrugged, a fatalistic acceptance settling over me. Only one way to find out. We approached the cabin with cautious steps, our progress slow and deliberate. It was small, weathered, its wood bleached to a ghostly gray by years of relentless exposure. The windows were dark, like vacant eyes, and there was no discernible sign of recent human activity around it. I knocked on the door, more out of habit than any real expectation. To our genuine surprise, it yielded easily, swinging inward with a low groan. The interior was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, an undeniable testament to its long abandonment. A small, rusty wood stove stood sentinel in one corner, a rickety table flanked by two chairs occupied the center, and a set of rudimentary bunk beds was built directly into the wall. "Looks like no one's been here in years," Jake observed, running a curious finger through the undisturbed dust on the table. We debated briefly, our voices hushed, almost conspiratorial, but ultimately, the lure of solid walls won. It would undoubtedly be more comfortable than our tents, and there was an undeniable thrill, a frisson of excitement, at the prospect of spending the night in this forgotten piece of history. We set about cleaning up, sweeping away the dust of decades, coaxing a flickering fire to life in the wood stove, and then, as twilight deepened, we settled in for the night. As we sat around the table, sharing whispered stories and soft laughter, I remember thinking how absolutely perfect everything was. I woke sometime in the dead of night, jolted by the faint, disembodied sound of voices. At first, I dismissed it as a dream, a lingering echo from the day's adventures. But as my senses sharpened, as the haze of sleep receded, I realized, with a cold, sickening jolt, that they were coming from outside. I nudged Jake, who was slumbering peacefully in the bunk below me. "Hey," I whispered, my voice barely audible, "do you hear that?" He listened for a moment, then nodded, his eyes wide, reflecting the ambient darkness. We roused Sarah, and the three of us crept to the window, peering out into the moonlit clearing with a shared sense of foreboding. 3 men stood out there, their figures cloaked in dark, indistinct clothing. They were arguing, their voices low, guttural, yet infused with an undeniable intensity. One of them, a shadowy silhouette, was gesturing angrily towards the dense forest. "We need to get out of here," the man was saying, his voice a harsh whisper. "The cops will be all over this area by morning." My blood ran cold. Cops? What unspeakable act had these men committed to warrant such desperate urgency? Suddenly, one of them turned, his gaze sweeping towards the cabin. We instinctively ducked, but not swiftly enough. "Hey!" the man shouted, his voice a harsh, piercing cry. "There's someone in there." Everything happened with a terrifying velocity after that. We heard them approaching the cabin, their heavy footsteps a rhythmic thud on the wooden porch. "Open up!" one of them yelled, pounding violently on the door. We looked at each other, raw panic starkly evident on all our faces. What should we do? The decision was brutally made for us. The door burst inward, splintering violently around the lock, a symphony of destruction. 3 men rushed in, 2 of them brandishing glinting guns, their presence filling the small cabin with a suffocating menace. Well, the one in front said, his eyes cold, devoid of warmth, as he surveyed us, a chillingly predatory gaze. "What do we have here?" "We're just hikers," I stammered, trying desperately to keep my voice steady, to project an air of innocent bewilderment. "We found this cabin abandoned. We didn't mean to intrude." The man laughed, a harsh, Mirthless sound that echoed ominously in the confined space. Bit of bad luck for you then. Wrong place, wrong time. One of the others, a nervous-looking guy with a scraggly, unkempt beard, spoke up, his voice reedy with anxiety. "We gotta get rid of them, Joe. They've seen us." My heart hammered against my chest so violently I thought it might burst. Get rid of us? What unspeakable horrors had we stumbled into? Joe, apparently the leader, seemed to ponder the suggestion for a long, agonizing moment. "Tie them up," he finally commanded, his voice cold and decisive. "We'll figure out what to do with them later." They used rope from our own backpacks, a cruel irony, to bind our hands and feet, then shoved us roughly into the corner of the cabin. As they did, I caught a horrifying glimpse of what they were carrying, duffel bags, heavy and bulging, that clinked with what sounded unmistakably like metal. The three men huddled by the door, speaking in low, urgent voices. I strained every nerve, desperate to decipher their hushed, incriminating whispers. "Bank job went south, killed a guard, whole state's going to be looking for us." I exchanged wide-eyed glances with Jake and Sarah. We had stumbled, blindly and fatally, into the hideout of bank robbers. And possibly, irrevocably, murderers. For the next few hours, we sat there in terrified, suffocating silence, watching as the men argued and paced, their frayed nerves palpable, jumping at every innocuous sound from the dense forest outside. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the sky, we heard a new, terrifying sound, the distant, rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors. The men instantly panicked. They found us. The nervous one shrieked, his voice cracking with pure terror. "Shut up!" Joe snapped, his eyes wild, darting frantically around the cabin. He turned to us, his gaze settling on our bound forms, a chilling, desperate fury in his eyes. "Looks like your luck's run out, hikers." He raised his gun, its black muzzle a gaping maw of death, and I instinctively closed my eyes, absolutely certain this was the end. But then, several things happened, a cascade of desperate defiance. Sarah, who had been quietly, tirelessly working at her bonds, suddenly broke free with a raw, guttural cry and tackled the nervous guy. In the ensuing chaos, Jake, with a surge of adrenaline, managed to kick Joe's legs out from under him. The gun discharged, the shot deafeningly loud in the small cabin, but it went wide, splintering the rough wood above our heads. I lunged at the third man, using my bound hands like crude clubs, and we went down in a frantic tangle of limbs, fighting with the primal, desperate ferocity. The next few minutes were a dizzying, violent blur. Somehow, amidst the desperate scuffle, Jake managed to seize one of the fallen guns. "Freeze!" he yelled, his voice shaking with a potent mix of terror and grim determination. The men, realizing they were outmatched, slowly raised their hands, a grudging surrender. "Sarah," Jake commanded, his eyes still riveted on the robbers, "see if you can find something to tie them up with." Using the robbers' own rope, a final, poetic injustice, we managed to secure them. Just as we finished, we heard authoritative voices from outside. "This is the police. Come out with your hands up." The wave of relief that washed over me in that moment was so profound, so overwhelming, it was almost physically incapacitating. We called out, our voices hoarse with exhaustion and lingering terror, explaining the harrowing situation. Soon, the cabin was swarming with state troopers and FBI agents, their flashing lights slicing through the pre-dawn gloom. As it turned out, The men had indeed robbed a bank 2 states over, brutally killing a security guard in the process. They had fled into the mountains, hoping to dissolve into the wilderness, to evade their relentless pursuers. The next few hours were a blur of statements and endless questions, a tedious but necessary unraveling of the nightmare. We were hailed as heroes, our faces plastered across local news, lauded for our unexpected bravery in capturing the dangerous fugitives. But honestly, I just felt lucky to be alive. Unspeakably, profoundly lucky. We didn't finish our hiking trip. Instead, we checked into a proper hotel in the nearest town, all of us too profoundly shaken to even consider venturing back into the vast, now menacing, wilderness just yet. That night, as I lay in bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, I couldn't stop replaying the horrifying events, the chilling speed with which everything had changed. We had journeyed from a peaceful hiking excursion to being captives, then inadvertent heroes, all within a terrifying span of a few hours. I thought about the abandoned cabin, which had seemed so quaint, so harmless when we first stumbled upon it, a deceptive shell concealing such brutal intentions. I thought about the robbers, and how desperate circumstances had warped them into such violent, ruthless figures. And I thought about how truly thin the veneer of civilization really is, how quickly things can devolve into raw, primal danger when you least expect it. We still go hiking, the three of us, our bond forged in the crucible of fear. But now, we're perpetually more cautious, acutely aware of our surroundings, our senses sharpened by the terrifying ordeal. And we always stick to designated campgrounds, never again venturing into the unknown embrace of secluded wilderness. Because sometimes, the most dangerous things lurking in the wild aren't the predatory animals or the unforgiving elements. Sometimes, the real, chilling danger comes from where you least expect it, from your fellow human beings. Story 9. The hushed dominion of the night shift at Sunset Grove Nursing Home was a familiar landscape, rarely deviating from its predictable rhythms. My name is Emily, and for 6 months, this had been my nocturnal domain. It wasn't a glamorous calling, but it diligently paid the bills, carving out the precious hours I needed to meticulously chip away at my nursing degree. Most nights unfolded as an uneventful ballet of quiet routines, just me, a handful of other dedicated staff, and our elderly residents, cocooned in the peaceful embrace of sleep. That night, however, shimmered with a subtle, disquieting discord, a premonition of unforeseen chaos. I clocked in at 11 p.m. sharp, exchanging a few murmured pleasantries with the departing day shift nurse, her face etched with the pleasant weariness of a shift well done. Then, I began my customary rounds, a methodical pilgrimage through the hushed corridors. The halls were a symphony of silence, broken only by the soft, rhythmic hum of medical equipment and the occasional, gentle snore escaping from behind closed doors. It was around 2 a.m. when he first materialized, a figure utterly unfamiliar, draped in scrubs that seemed a little too pristine, a shade too new. He stood at the nurse's station, a furtive shadow, meticulously rifling through a stack of papers. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice a quiet inquiry, approaching with a measured caution. He looked up, a quick, almost startled movement, flashing a smile that, even in the dim light, seemed unable to penetrate the unsettling blankness of his eyes. "Oh, hey there," he offered, his voice surprisingly smooth, yet tinged with a subtle tremor. "I'm Mark. Just started tonight. Still trying to find my way around, you know." Something about him, an inexplicable dissonance, instantly set my nerves on edge. Perhaps it was the way his eyes darted ceaselessly, never quite meeting mine, a perpetual dance of evasion. Or maybe it was the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his hands as he clumsily shuffled the papers. "I didn't know we had any new hires," I said, striving to keep my voice casual, outwardly calm. "Let me see your ID badge." Mark's smile faltered, a fleeting crack in his carefully constructed facade. Oh, they haven't given me one yet," he stammered, his words rushing together. "Said it would be ready tomorrow." Alarm bells, insistent and piercing, began to clang in my head. Yet, I resisted the urge to leap to conclusions. Perhaps he was simply telling the truth, a new, nervous recruit. Perhaps I was merely succumbing to a paranoid imagination. "Well, why don't you come with me?" I suggested, my tone carefully neutral, masking the churning unease beneath. "I can show you around, introduce you to our residence." Mark hesitated for a beat, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face, then nodded. "Sure, that would be great." As we began our slow patrol down the hall, I discreetly, with practiced ease, texted my supervisor. Something felt fundamentally wrong, and I craved backup, a distant anchor in the rising tide of my apprehension. We paused at Mrs. Johnson's room first, a familiar haven. She was one of our more lucid residents, her mind a vibrant tapestry woven with memories, always game for a chat, even in the deepest hours of the night. "Mrs. J, you awake?" I called softly as we entered, my voice a gentle murmur. She stirred, blinking sleepily at our sudden intrusion. "Oh, hello dear. Is it time for my medicine already?" I shook my head, a reassuring smile on my face. "Not yet, Mrs. J. I just wanted to introduce you to Mark. He's new here." Mark stepped forward, that same unsettling, unconvincing smile fixed on his face. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Johnson. How about I get you some water?" Before I could object, before I could articulate the sudden, inexplicable dread that gripped me, he had snatched the cup from her bedside table and vanished into the small attached bathroom. I heard the tap run for a fleeting moment, then he reappeared, the cup now filled. As he handed it to Mrs. Johnson, my eyes, sharpened by suspicion, caught it, a quick, almost imperceptible movement, so swift I almost missed it. Mark's hand hovered over the cup for a split second, a fleeting, ghost-like gesture, and something small and white, a minuscule, insidious speck, dropped into the shimmering water. My heart instantly accelerated, a frantic drum against my ribs, echoing in my ears. Did I truly just witness what I thought I saw? "Mrs. Johnson," I interjected, my voice sharp with a sudden, urgent command. "Why don't you wait on that water? I'll bring you a fresh cup in a bit." Mark's head snapped towards me, his eyes narrowing, suddenly stripped bare of their pretense. He knew. He knew I'd seen. For a heart-stopping moment, we were locked in a silent, terrifying stare, the tension in the room so thick, so palpable, it could have been sliced with a knife. Then, with a sudden, violent shove, Mark bolted, surging past me and out into the hallway. I didn't hesitate. I ran, my sneakers squeaking a frantic symphony on the polished linoleum floor. "Stop!" I yelled, my voice ripping through the hushed stillness. Security. Mark was fast, a blur of motion, but I knew the labyrinthine layout of the nursing home far better than he did. As he rounded a corner, I cut through a patient's room, emerging triumphantly in front of him, blocking his desperate escape. He skidded to a halt, his eyes wide, wild, brimming with a terrifying desperation. "You don't understand," he panted, his breath ragged, his voice a desperate plea. "I have to do this. They'll kill me if I don't." "Who?" I demanded, my voice raw, the words ripped from my lungs. "Who's making you do this?" But Mark offered no answer. Instead, he charged at me, a desperate, terrifying lunge, his shoulder catching me squarely in the stomach. The impact knocked the wind clean out of me, a painful, shocking jolt, and I stumbled backward, gasping for air. As I fought for breath, Mark took off again, his footsteps echoing, fading rapidly down the hall. Forcing myself to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, I gave chase once more. My lungs burned, each breath a searing agony, but adrenaline, a powerful, merciless surge, kept me going. I couldn't let him escape. Not after what I had seen. We burst through the emergency exit, the blaring shriek of the alarm slicing through the cool night air, momentarily disorienting me. Mark was heading straight for the parking lot. I saw a car's headlights flash, a brief, illuminating burst. He must have hit the remote unlock. "Stop!" I yelled again, knowing it was futile, a desperate cry swallowed by the night. Just as Mark's hand closed around the car door handle, a figure materialized from the shadows, a silent, grim silhouette. My supervisor, Angela. Her face, etched with grim determination, was illuminated in the harsh, unforgiving glow of the parking lot lights. "Going somewhere?" she asked, her voice a cold, razor-sharp edge. Mark froze, his frantic gaze darting between Angela and me, a trapped animal caught in a brutal snare. I could almost see the desperate calculations churning behind his eyes, trying to devise an impossible escape. "It's over, Mark," I said, my voice still ragged, struggling to reclaim my breath. "We saw what you did. The police are on their way." As if on cue, a distant wail of sirens pierced the night, growing louder with each agonizing second. Mark's shoulders slumped, a visible collapse of his spirit. His defiance dissolved into utter defeat. "You don't understand," he whispered again, his voice barely audible, laced with a raw, desperate fear. "They have my sister. They said if I didn't do this, they'd kill her." Angela and I exchanged a quick, knowing glance. This was far bigger than we had ever imagined. The next few hours blurred into a frantic, disorienting haze. The police arrived, their sirens wailing, their presence a comforting balm amidst the chaos, taking Mark into custody. They swept through the nursing home, a thorough, methodical search, ultimately unearthing a hidden stash of pills in an air vent, a potent, insidious cocktail of sedatives and other dangerous drugs that could have proven lethal to our vulnerable elderly residents. As the sun began its slow, majestic ascent, casting a pale, nascent light over the parking lot, I sat on the curb, my body trembling with exhaustion, meticulously recounting my statement to a grim-faced detective. The adrenaline, that powerful, deceptive elixir, had finally worn off, leaving me feeling hollowed out, utterly drained. "You did good, kid," the detective said, his voice surprisingly gentle as he closed his notebook with a definitive snap. "Looks like you uncovered a pretty sophisticated operation. We've been tracking a group that's been targeting nursing homes across the state, using them to get access to prescription drugs. But this is the first solid lead we've had." I nodded, still struggling to fully process the night's horrifying revelations. What about Mark's sister? The detective sighed, a weary exhalation. We're looking into it, but between you and me, I think he was just feeding you a line. These guys, they'll say anything to save their own skin. As he walked away, a heavy, unsettling silence settled around me. I couldn't shake the haunting image of Mark's face when he spoke of his sister, the raw, visceral fear in his eyes. It had seemed so utterly, undeniably genuine. But then again, so had his convincing act as a new employee. Angela, her face etched with a quiet understanding, came over and sat beside me, offering a silent, comforting presence. "How you holding up?" she asked, her voice soft. I shrugged, a weary, defeated gesture. "I don't know. I keep thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't noticed." She placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, a gesture of profound comfort. "But you did notice," she affirmed, her gaze unwavering. "You trusted your instincts, and you probably saved lives tonight." I managed a weak, almost imperceptible smile. "Thanks. I never thought I'd have to deal with something like this." "Not here." Angela nodded, her eyes distant, reflecting a profound weariness. "It's a hard lesson to learn, but an important one. Evil can find its way into even the most unexpected places. Our job is to be vigilant, to protect those who can't protect themselves." As we sat there, watching the police cars gradually pull away and the first shift employees begin to arrive, their faces a mixture of confusion and concern, a chilling realization solidified within me. This night had irrevocably changed me. The naive nursing student who had clocked in hours ago was gone, replaced by someone a little harder, a little wiser, her innocence irrevocably tarnished. I had always understood that being a nurse meant diligently protecting my patients, but now, I understood that sometimes, that protection extended far beyond simply administering medication or meticulously changing bandages. Sometimes, it meant being the last, desperate line of defense against those who would inflict profound harm. As I finally clocked out, the events of the night replaying in a relentless, vivid loop in my mind, I made a silent, solemn vow. I would never again dismiss my instincts, never ignore that tiny, insistent voice that whispers, "Something isn't right." Because in this line of work, in this world, vigilance could mean the chilling difference between life and death. The sun was fully up now, a new day dawning, painting the sky with the promise of fresh beginnings. But for me, it felt like an ending. The end of innocence, perhaps. Or perhaps, the harrowing beginning of a deeper, more brutal understanding of the intricate complexities of human nature, and the immense, crushing responsibilities that accompany the sacred act of caring for others. Either way, one thing was certain: I would never forget the night I uncovered a sinister plot at Sunset Grove Nursing Home. And I would carry the hard-won lessons, etched deep into my soul, with me for the rest of my career, and indeed, for the rest of my life. Story 10. The rusted Ferris wheel, a skeletal silhouette against the bruised midnight sky, groaned a haunting lament, a spectral whisper of happier times. As I crept through the abandoned amusement park, camera clutched tight, my urban explorer's heart thrumming with a dangerous thrill, I never imagined I'd stumble upon something far more chilling than forgotten echoes, a shadowy conclave of squatters with truly malicious intent. What began as a mere photographic expedition, a foray into decay and forgotten grandeur, was about to curdle into a desperate, visceral fight for survival within a nightmarish playground of deepening shadows and encroaching decay. My name's Jake, and I've always been inexplicably drawn to forgotten places. There's something profoundly compelling about abandoned buildings and desolate spaces that speaks to the deepest parts of my soul. Maybe it's the untold stories they hold, the lingering echoes of lives once vibrantly lived. Or perhaps, more simply, I'm just a glutton for a good scare. Either way, when whispers of the old Wonderland amusement park on the outskirts of town reached my ears, a place whispered to be a decaying monument to broken dreams and forgotten laughter, I knew, with an unshakable certainty, that I had to explore its spectral grounds. I arrived just as the sun was bleeding its last fiery rays across the horizon, parking my car a safe distance away to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. The fence surrounding the park was a tattered relic, riddled with gaping holes that made sneaking in ridiculously easy. As I slipped through, the dying light painted the decrepit structures in melancholic shades of orange and red, like a fevered dream of distorted childhood memories. I took my time, a reverent wanderer through the ruins, snapping photo after photo of rusted roller coasters that clawed at the sky and crumbling fun houses that seemed to leer in the fading light. The silence was profound, almost suffocating, broken only by the occasional, mournful creak of straining metal or the quick scurry of some unseen, small animal. As night's inky cloak descended, I switched on my flashlight, its beam a solitary, vulnerable spear cutting through the oppressive darkness, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to ride and stretch with a sinister life of their own. It was nearing midnight when I finally reached the very heart of the park. The carousel stood before me, a grotesque parody of its former glory, its paint peeling like diseased skin from wooden horses frozen mid-gallop, their vacant, painted eyes seemingly following my every move as I circled the eerie ride. I was meticulously lining up a shot, trying to capture the haunting beauty of its decay, when I heard it, voices, carried on the cool night wind. At first, I dismissed it, a phantom echo of the park's past, a trick of my overactive imagination. But as I stood perfectly still, straining my ears, the whispers materialized again, undeniable now, laughter, rough and mean, emanating from the direction of the old arcade building. Curiosity, a potent and dangerous elixir, decisively overrode my caution. I crept forward, my flashlight held low, a secret beam, to avoid detection. As I drew closer, individual voices became clearer, men, at least 3 or 4 of them, their tones low, guttural. The arcade building loomed before me, its once vibrant facade now a desolate patchwork of shattered windows and aggressive graffiti. A faint, flickering glow emanated from within, like the dying embers of a hidden bonfire. I found a window with a missing pane and, my heart thudding a frantic rhythm, peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. 5 men were gathered around a makeshift fire, its flickering flames casting grotesque, dancing shadows on the grimy walls. They were a rough-looking bunch, all stark tattoos and dirt-encrusted clothes, but it wasn't their menacing appearance that plunged me into a bone-deep terror. It was what they were doing. One of them, a massive figure with a shaven head, was meticulously cleaning a gun, its metallic glint catching the firelight. Another was sharpening a wicked-looking knife, its blade a sinister gleam. And sprawled haphazardly on an old arcade cabinet were maps and what looked unmistakably like blueprints. This wasn't merely a group of lost, desperate homeless squatters. This was something far more organized, far more dangerous. I must have made a sound, a muffled gasp, a nervous shift of my weight, because suddenly, with terrifying, unified precision, every single eye snapped towards my window. For a heart-stopping heartbeat, we were locked in a terrifying tableau, frozen in mutual shock. Then, all hell brutally broke loose. "Grab him!" the big guy roared, his voice a guttural thunder, and I, propelled by pure, animalistic terror, turned and ran. I sprinted through the park, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I could hear them behind me, their angry shouts ripping through the night, their heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. I instinctively ducked into the fun house, a desperate gamble to lose them in its disorienting maze of shattered mirrors and treacherous, trick floors. The place was a death trap, a labyrinth of decay. Rotted boards gave way beneath my frantic feet, and jagged shards of broken mirror threatened to slice me open at every turn. But primal fear drove me forward, a relentless, burning fuel, the sounds of pursuit growing closer, closer, with each agonizing second. I burst out of the back of the fun house, gasping for air, my lungs burning with an unbearable agony. The Ferris wheel loomed before me, a colossal, skeletal silhouette against the bruised sky, and a desperate, half-mad idea blossomed in my panic-addled brain. I raced for the control booth, a fervent, desperate prayer escaping my lips that 2 decades of unforgiving neglect hadn't utterly destroyed its ancient machinery. By some miracle, the panel sparked to life when I threw the switch, a jolt of fragile hope. The massive wheel groaned in protest, a cacophony of protesting metal, but slowly, agonizingly, it began to turn. I clambered into one of the cars, my hands shaking so violently I could barely secure the safety bar, just as the car began its slow, deliberate ascent. My pursuers emerged from the fun house, their furious shouts mixing with the terrifying screech of protesting metal. "He's on the wheel!" one of them bellowed. "Shut it down!" I watched in sickening horror as 2 of them raced for the control booth, their intent chillingly clear. The car I was in shuddered to a halt, suspended impossibly, precariously, halfway up the colossal wheel. I was trapped, a terrified bird in a rusty cage, with nowhere to go but down. The big guy with the shaven head grinned up at me, a predatory, victorious baring of teeth, leveling his gun with chilling precision. "Nowhere to run now, boy!" he bellowed, his voice carrying clearly on the wind. "Why don't you come on down, and we can have a nice chat about what you saw?" My mind raced, a frantic, desperate kaleidoscope of possibilities, searching for any escape, however improbable. The car I was trapped in swayed gently in the chilling breeze, the rusted metal groaning ominously, a death knell in the making. That's when my eyes snagged on it, the maintenance ladder, a thin, precarious line of hope, running vertically up the very center of the wheel. If I could just somehow reach it, "I'm coming down!" I shouted, forcing a trembling steadiness into my voice. "Just don't shoot, okay?" The big guy lowered his gun slightly, a triumphant smirk twisting his features. "Smart move, kid. Nice and easy now." I made a deliberate show of fumbling with the safety bar, all the while meticulously gauging the impossible distance to the ladder. It was going to be a hell of a jump, a terrifying leap into the unknown, but it was my only chance. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I stood up in the swaying car, a precarious perch high above the ground. "I'm really sorry about this," I said, my voice barely audible, before they could even react. I launched myself towards the ladder, a desperate, terrifying trajectory through the empty night. For one heart-stopping moment, I was suspended, airborne, nothing but 40 feet of terrifyingly empty space between my plummeting body and the unforgiving ground. Then, my hands clamped around the cold, unforgiving metal of a rung, the brutal impact sending agonizing shock waves of searing pain up my arms. Shouts of enraged fury erupted below me, followed by the terrifying crack of gunfire. Bullets pinged off the metal around me, a terrifying symphony of metallic death, as I scrambled desperately up the ladder, adrenaline lending me a preternatural speed I didn't know I possessed. I reached the very apex of the wheel and looked down, my breath caught in my throat. Two of the men were already climbing up after me, menacing shadows ascending, while the others had fanned out below, effectively cutting off any potential escape routes. There was only one terrifying way to go, across the wheel itself, a treacherous walk along its rusted spokes. I inched out onto one of the spokes, my gaze fixed forward, desperately trying not to look down into the terrifying abyss below. The metal was slick with dew, treacherous and unforgiving, and more than once I nearly lost my footing, my heart lurching into my throat. I was about halfway across when a chilling shout ripped through the night from below. "Light him up, boys." The night exploded in a terrifying cacophony of gunfire. Bullets whizzed past me, unseen metallic horrors, sparking off the cold, unforgiving metal of the wheel. I threw myself forward, abandoning any pretense of caution, abandoning everything but a desperate, primal need for speed. I reached the other side of the wheel and half climbed, half fell down the maintenance ladder, my body screaming in protest. My pursuers were closing in fast, their angry shouts spurring me on, a furious, vengeful chorus. My feet hit the ground, and I took off running, a desperate blur of motion, heading instinctively for the perimeter fence, the tantalizing promise of freedom. I could see the very gap I'd slipped through earlier, a beacon of hope, now terrifyingly close. A bullet kicked up dirt by my feet, sending a fresh jolt of terror through me, and I zigzagged wildly, trying to present a harder, more elusive target. The fence was just yards away now. I mustered a final, desperate burst of speed, my lungs feeling as if they were about to explode. I hit the fence at full, unyielding force, diving through the gap, sharp, unseen edges tearing at my clothes and skin, but I barely felt it. I was through. Out of the park. Into the overgrown, chaotic field beyond. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my hands shaking so violently I could barely force the key into the ignition. As I peeled out onto the road, tires screeching a defiant cry of freedom, I caught a fleeting glimpse of dark figures emerging from the park in my rear-view mirror. I drove straight to the police station, my story tumbling out in a breathless, chaotic crush of adrenaline and lingering fear. They were skeptical at first, their faces etched with doubt, but the multitude of cuts and bruises covering my body, stark evidence of my ordeal, lent an undeniable credence to my wild tale. A SWAT team raided the park at dawn, their arrival a stark contrast to the previous night's terror, but the men were long gone, vanished like malevolent spirits. They found evidence of their crude camp, along with an alarming arsenal of weapons and meticulous plans for what looked disturbingly like a bank robbery. My photographs, miraculously intact despite the chaos, provided crucial, undeniable evidence in the days that followed. As I nursed my brutal injuries and gave statement after endless statement, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly a simple urban exploration, a harmless pursuit of forgotten beauty, had twisted into a living nightmare. The abandoned park, once a source of captivating fascination, now featured prominently in my recurring nightmares, a landscape of lingering terror. I still explore forgotten places, the allure too potent to resist, but now, I am undeniably, perpetually, much more cautious. Because I learned the hard way, with a brutal, visceral clarity, that sometimes the most dangerous things lurking in the shadows aren't spectral ghosts or monstrous figments of imagination, but flesh and blood humans with profound malice festering in their hearts. And in the decaying remains of a forgotten amusement park, I came face to face with the darkest ride of all, the very real, chilling threat of human evil. Story 11. The highway stretched before me, a ribbon of asphalt unspooling endless possibilities. I was on a solo cross-country road trip, a desperate pilgrimage from the concrete canyons of New York to the sun-drenched coast of California, seeking to purge the bitter sting of a messy breakup. No rigid itinerary, no pre-booked reservations, just me, my faithful, slightly battered Honda, and the boundless freedom of the open road. I was somewhere deep in the heart of the Midwest when the storm hit, a sudden, furious assault. The rain descended in relentless sheets, a blinding, opaque curtain that swallowed the road whole, making it nearly impossible to discern anything beyond a few feet ahead. I squinted through the windshield, my wipers valiantly battling the deluge, a frantic, rhythmic swish against the glass. That's when I saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance, barely a ghost amidst the torrent. As I edged closer, straining my eyes through the downpour, the indistinct shape resolved into an old farmhouse, its silhouette stark against the raging storm. I pulled into the driveway, a profound wave of relief washing over me, a grateful sigh escaping my lips. Perhaps, just perhaps, they would allow me to wait out the storm under their roof. I dashed to the porch, my clothes instantly plastered to my skin, soaked through in mere seconds. The door swung open before I could even raise my hand to knock, a warm, inviting light spilling out into the cold, wet night. "Oh, you poor dear," a woman's voice, soft and sympathetic, cooed from within. Come in, you'll catch your death out there." I stepped inside, blinking as my eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brightness. An older couple stood there, their faces etched with what appeared to be genuine concern. The woman, short and plump, with gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, immediately began fussing over me, a comforting maternal whirlwind. "Tom," she said to her husband, her voice gentle, "fetch a towel for our guest." "I'm Martha, dear, and this is my husband, Tom." "What's your name?" "Sarah," I replied, my teeth chattering uncontrollably, a tremor in my voice. "I'm so sorry to intrude. I just needed to get off the road for a bit." "Nonsense," Martha declared, waving away my apology with a dismissive hand. "We're happy to help, aren't we, Tom?" Tom nodded, a silent, almost stoic agreement, handing me a thick, fluffy towel. He was tall and thin, with a face deeply weathered by sun and wind, his hands large and calloused, undoubtedly a farmer's hands. "Storm's supposed to last all night," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You're welcome to stay if you need to." I hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty. The thought of driving back into that raging weather was daunting, a terrifying prospect. But staying the night with complete strangers, Martha must have sensed my unspoken apprehension. "We've got a spare room," she offered, her voice warm and inviting, and I was just about to put on some tea. "Why don't you dry off and join us in the kitchen?" Her kindness, her unwavering hospitality, finally won me over. I nodded gratefully, accepting the towel and following Martha to the small, cozy spare room. The room was small but undeniably comforting, with a vibrant patchwork quilt adorning the bed and faded floral wallpaper that spoke of simpler times. After quickly changing into dry clothes, I made my way to the kitchen. Martha was at the stove, a kettle whistling cheerfully, a domestic symphony. Tom sat silently at the table, engrossed in a newspaper. "Feel better, dear?" Martha asked, pouring steaming tea into mismatched mugs, her eyes twinkling with genuine warmth. I nodded, settling into a chair, the warmth of the tea spreading through me. "Much, thank you. You really didn't have to go to all this trouble." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Martha said, her smile widening. "We don't get many visitors out here. It's nice to have some company, isn't it, Tom?" Tom merely grunted in agreement, his eyes still fixed on his newspaper. We chatted, a comfortable, meandering conversation, as we sipped our tea. Martha was curious about my journey, asking about my starting point and my ultimate destination. I found myself opening up, a raw vulnerability spilling forth as I recounted the painful details of my breakup, my desperate need to escape. "Oh, you poor thing," Martha clucked sympathetically, her voice laced with understanding. "Men can be such brutes, present company excluded, of course," she added with a playful wink at Tom. As the night deepened, a heavy drowsiness began to descend upon me. The warmth of the kitchen, the comforting patter of the rain outside, and Martha's soothing, continuous chatter all conspired to weigh down my eyelids, pulling me into a soft, inviting lethargy. "I think I'll turn in," I murmured, stifling a wide yawn, my words slurring slightly. "Thank you again for your hospitality." "Of course, dear," Martha said, her voice gentle. "Sleep well. We'll see you in the morning." I made my way back to the spare room, collapsing onto the soft bed, instantly enveloped by its comfort. As I drifted off, a profound sense of gratitude washed over me, thinking how incredibly lucky I was to have stumbled upon such kind, benevolent people. I woke with a jarring start, disoriented in the unfamiliar room. It was still pitch black outside, rain lashing with furious intensity against the windows. Something had woken me, a chilling tremor of unease, but I wasn't entirely sure what. Then, I heard it, voices, low and urgent, drifting up from downstairs. Martha and Tom, their conversation a hushed, intense murmur. Curiosity, a dangerous, irresistible siren, got the better of me. I crept to the door, slowly, meticulously, easing it open just a crack. Their voices became chillingly clear. "Perfect timing," Martha was saying, her tone oddly triumphant. "Young, alone, no one will miss her for days." "I don't know, Martha," Tom replied, a hint of hesitation in his gruff voice. "Maybe we should let this one go. We've got enough to last us a while." "Don't be ridiculous," Martha snapped, her voice sharp, and fused with a chilling ferocity. "You know we can't pass up an opportunity like this. Now go get the supplies. I'll take care of the rest." My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. What were they talking about? Surely, they couldn't mean I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs, ascending with a terrifying deliberation, and quickly, silently, closed the door. My heart pounded so violently against my ribs I thought it would burst. What should I do? Try to escape? Confront them? Before I could even formulate a desperate plan, the door slowly opened. Martha stood there, her figure silhouetted in the dim light, a kitchen knife glinting ominously in her hand, its polished blade reflecting the faint light like a malevolent eye. Her kindly, grandmotherly expression was utterly gone, replaced by something cold, predatory, and utterly terrifying. "Oh, good, you're awake," she purred, her voice chillingly calm, a silken whisper of doom. "This will be much easier if you don't struggle." I backed away, my mind a frantic scramble, desperately searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. "Martha, please," I pleaded, my voice then, reedy with burgeoning terror, "whatever you're thinking of doing, you don't have to." She laughed, a harsh, guttural sound that bore no resemblance to her earlier warm chuckle, a sound that scraped against my soul. "Oh, but we do, dear. You see, Tom and I have specific needs. And you're going to help us meet them." I glanced around frantically, my eyes darting, seeking desperately for a means of defense. The window. It was my only desperate option. Without a second's thought, driven by a primal, desperate surge of survival instinct, I lunged for it, my fingers scrabbling furiously at the stubborn latch. Martha moved with surprising speed for her age, a blur of motion. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my arm as the knife grazed me, a warm trickle of blood blossoming on my skin. But adrenaline, a powerful, merciless surge, kept me moving. The window finally gave way with a groan, and I tumbled out onto the roof of the porch, the cold, relentless rain pelting me as I scrambled frantically to my feet, nearly slipping on the wet, treacherous shingles. "Tom!" I heard Martha shriek, her voice laced with fury. "She's getting away." I didn't wait to hear more. I scrambled to the edge of the roof and jumped, hitting the muddy ground hard, a jarring impact that sent a fresh wave of agony shooting through my ankle. But I forced myself up, a desperate, limping flight towards my car. The keys. Where were my keys? I patted my pockets frantically, a fresh wave of horror washing over me as I realized, with a sickening certainty, that I'd left them in my other pants, the ones drying in the spare room. A monstrous figure loomed out of the darkness, a menacing silhouette. Tom. And in his hand, glinting malevolently in the faint light, an axe. "Sarah," he said, his voice eerily calm, a chillingly reasonable tone that made my blood run cold. "Let's not make this any harder than it needs to be." I backed away, my mind racing, a frantic scramble for options. The barn. Maybe I could hide there, find some kind of weapon. I turned and ran, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, a desperate, limping flight into the inky blackness. The barn door was heavy, massive, but desperation, a fierce, burning resolve, lent me an unholy strength. I slipped inside, blinking as my eyes struggled to adjust to the suffocating gloom. The smell hit me first, a coppery, metallic scent, thick and cloying, that turned my stomach with a sickening lurch. As my vision slowly cleared, the horrifying truth materialized before me. Hooks. Thick, gnarled hooks hung from the ceiling, some bearing what looked horrifyingly like human remains. Tables lined the grimy walls, covered not with farming tools, but with an array of gleaming knives and saws, wickedly sharp, disturbingly clean. This wasn't a barn. This was a slaughterhouse. I clapped a trembling hand over my mouth, fighting back the violent surge of nausea, the desperate urge to vomit. How many people had Martha and Tom lured here? How long had they been doing this? The barn door creaked open, a slow, agonizing groan, and I instinctively ducked behind a towering stack of crates, desperately trying to control my ragged, terrified breathing. Sarah?" Martha's sing-song voice, a chilling parody of her earlier warmth, called out, echoing eerily in the vast, silent space. Come out, wherever you are. You're only making this worse for yourself." I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything that could offer a semblance of defense. My hand closed around something cold and metallic, heavy in my grip, a rusty pitchfork. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Footsteps approached my hiding spot, slow, deliberate, a terrifyingly methodical advance. I gripped the pitchfork tightly, my palms slick with cold sweat. Just as Martha rounded the corner, her silhouette stark against the faint light, I sprang up, swinging the pitchfork with all my might, a desperate, animalistic cry tearing from my throat. Martha's eyes widened in profound surprise and pain as the pitchfork connected, its sharp prongs embedding themselves in her chest. She stumbled backward, a guttural gasp escaping her lips, dropping the glinting knife with a clatter. I didn't wait to see if she'd recover, if she'd rise again. I ran, bursting out of the barn and into the torrential rain. Tom was nowhere to be seen. My car stood in the driveway, a tantalizing promise of escape, agonizingly close, but without the keys, it was useless. A harsh engine roar ripped through the night nearby, Tom's truck. He must have gone to retrieve it while Martha searched the barn. I had mere seconds to decide. The woods. It was my only desperate chance. I plunged into the dense tree line, the thorny branches tearing at my clothes, just as headlights swept across the muddy yard, illuminating the darkness. Tom's angry shouts, a furious, primal roar, followed me, echoing through the night, but I didn't dare look back. I ran until my lungs burned with a searing fire, until my legs felt like jelly, utterly spent. The rain had finally stopped, but water still dripped endlessly from the heavy leaves above, a chilling, persistent patter. I had no idea where I was, no sense of direction, no clue which way I'd come from. As the adrenaline began its slow, agonizing retreat, the full, horrifying reality of my situation slammed into me. I was lost in the vast, unforgiving woods, injured, with two deranged psychopaths potentially hunting me down. My only hope, a desperate, fragile thread, was to somehow find a road, any road, and flag down a passing car. I walked for what felt like endless hours, jumping at every subtle sound, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, convinced that danger lurked in every shadow. As dawn began to break, a pale, hesitant light filtering through the dense canopy, I finally heard it, the distant, comforting hum of traffic. A highway. Exhausted, bleeding, and caked in mud, I stumbled onto the shoulder of the road, my body screaming in protest. A trucker, a kindly, weathered man with deep lines around his eyes, took pity on me, his face etched with genuine concern, calling the police when I, a frantic, traumatized mess, finally managed to stammer out my horrifying story. The authorities found the farmhouse, a grim testament to the horrors within, but Martha and Tom were long gone, vanished like malevolent phantoms. The barn, however, yielded damning evidence of their unspeakable crimes, at least a dozen victims, harvested over the years. As I gave my statement to the grim-faced detectives, the words feeling hollow and inadequate, I couldn't help but think about how perilously close I'd come to being another tragic statistic. The kindly older couple, the warm, inviting farmhouse, it had all been a meticulously crafted facade, meticulously hiding something monstrous, something truly unspeakable. I never did finish that road trip to California. Instead, I went home, into the comforting embrace of my family, clinging to them, and thanked whatever benevolent luck or divine intervention had allowed me to escape such a horrific fate. And I vowed, with a fierce, unwavering certainty, never again to be so blindly trusting of strangers, no matter how harmlessly they might seem. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators are not the snarling beasts of nightmares, but the ones who look just like everyone else. Story 12. The lens of my camera has always been my window to the world, my singular obsession. For the better part of a decade, I've been Alex, a freelance nature photographer, driven by an insatiable hunger to capture the raw, untamed beauty of untouched wilderness. There's an undeniable allure to being utterly alone in nature, enveloped by nothing but ancient trees and boundless sky. It speaks to the very core of my being. This particular expedition was designed to be a straightforward affair. I'd heard whispers of a remote valley nestled deep within the Rockies, a place said to explode with breathtaking color during the autumn months. Miles from any semblance of civilization, untouched by the careless hand of humanity, it promised the perfect, pristine subject for my eager lens. I meticulously packed my gear, informed my sister I'd be off the grid for a solid week, and set out with a profound sense of anticipation. The initial days unfolded as a dream made manifest. The autumn colors, a vibrant tapestry woven by nature's hand, were in their full, breathtaking glory, painting the landscape in a riot of fiery reds, burnished oranges, and molten golds. I captured astonishing shots, majestic elk grazing in misty meadows, their breath ghosting in the crisp air, and powerful eagles soaring effortlessly over craggy peaks, masters of their domain. It was, without question, a photographer's paradise, a ceaseless wellspring of inspiration. On the third night, a serene, starlit canvas, I was meticulously setting up for some long exposure shots of the celestial expanse. The stars out here were simply incredible, a dazzling, untarnished diamond dust scattered across velvet, utterly unmarred by any light pollution for miles. My camera perched steadily on its tripod, primed to immortalize the ethereal beauty of the Milky Way, when my eyes, accustomed to the faintest flickers of light, caught them. At first, I foolishly dismissed them as ordinary stars, perhaps the errant glint of a distant satellite, but then their movements shattered that illusion. They weren't static. They were moving, not with the predictable arc of planes or the steady glide of satellites, but erratically, violently, zigzagging across the vast, inky canvas of the sky in impossible, physics-defying patterns. I watched, utterly transfixed, as they danced overhead, a silent, breathtaking spectacle, my finger automatically, compulsively, pressing the shutter release on my camera. Suddenly, with an abrupt, chilling precision, the lights converged, coalescing into a tight, pulsating cluster. Then, in a terrifying, instantaneous surge, they shot off towards the distant horizon at an incredible, incomprehensible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, swallowed by the vast, unyielding darkness. I stood there for a long moment, my mind struggling to process the impossible, the sheer, audacious reality of what I'd just witnessed. A rational part of me, clinging desperately to logic, wondered if the prolonged solitude, the thin mountain air, had finally driven me to hallucinate. But when I checked my camera, there they were, undeniable and chillingly real, strange, blurry streaks of light, forever captured in my long exposure shot. Sleep was an elusive tormentor after that. I spent the remainder of the night reviewing the haunting photos, zooming in, panning out, desperately trying to wrestle meaning from the bewildering spectacle I'd captured. By dawn, a grim resolve had settled within me. I had to investigate. I swiftly packed up my camp, abandoning any pretense of further nature photography, and began hiking with a relentless purpose in the exact direction the lights had vanished. Progress was agonizingly slow. The terrain was punishingly rough, a relentless climb over jagged rocks and through dense undergrowth, and I was burdened by the heavy, cumbersome weight of all my camera gear. But something deep within me, a potent cocktail of insatiable curiosity and an inexplicable, chilling premonition, drove me forward. I was on the precipice of something monumental, something that would irrevocably shatter my understanding of the world. After what felt like endless hours of arduous hiking, I crested a ridge, my muscles screaming in protest, and there it was, nestled incongruously in the valley below, a compound that simply shouldn't have existed. High fences, crowned with glittering razor wire, encircled a cluster of nondescript, featureless buildings. Uniformed guards patrolled the perimeter with a robotic precision, and I could clearly discern cameras, cold, unblinking eyes, mounted at regular, menacing intervals along the fence line. I dropped immediately to my stomach, crawling forward with agonizing stealth to the very edge of the ridge, pulling out my telephoto lens with trembling hands. I began snapping pictures, each click of the shutter a defiant whisper against the unsettling silence. The place resembled a chilling hybrid of a military base and a clandestine research facility. There were no markings, no flags, nothing to betray its allegiance, nothing to indicate its mysterious ownership. As I watched, a helicopter, a black, predatory insect, descended from the sky, its rotors a thrumming beat of unseen power, landing in a meticulously cleared area within the compound. Men in dark, crisply tailored suits emerged, flanked by armed guards, their faces unreadable, and vanished into one of the buildings. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror and exhilarating discovery. What was this place? What unspeakable secrets were they concealing out here, in the isolated, forgotten heart of nowhere? I was so utterly engrossed in capturing these damning, impossible images, my lens a silent witness, that I utterly failed to hear their approach. The first chilling indication that I was no longer alone was a voice directly behind me, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. "Don't move. Hands where we can see them." I froze instantly, my camera still gripped in my trembling hands, a useless weapon. Slowly, agonizingly, I turned my head. Two men stood there, their figures cloaked in menacing black tactical gear, their rifles, black and unforgiving, pointed directly at me. "Stand up." Slowly, one of them ordered, his voice flat, devoid of any discernible humanity. I complied, my mind a desperate, racing torrent of frantic questions. How had they found me? How long had they been watching, silent, unseen predators? "Camera now," the other man commanded, his hand outstretched, a silent, chilling demand. I hesitated, a profound reluctance seizing me. The camera contained not just the incriminating photos of this clandestine compound, but days, weeks, worth of irreplaceable nature shots, my livelihood, my very soul captured in pixels. The man's eyes narrowed, a subtle tightening of his jaw, a silent threat. "I won't ask again." Reluctantly, my hands trembling violently, I handed over the camera. The man immediately, with a clinical precision, removed the memory card, pocketing it with a chilling finality. "Let's go," the first man said, gesturing with his rifle, the cold, hard metal a stark pronouncement. "Start walking." They marched me down the ridge, a grim procession towards the compound. As we approached, its true, colossal scale became terrifyingly apparent. The buildings seemed to plunge deep underground, only a fraction of their monstrous bulk visible from the surface. We entered through a nondescript side gate, passing through multiple, meticulously secure checkpoints. I was searched with a brutal thoroughness, my backpack confiscated, and then, with a chilling formality, a blindfold was placed over my eyes. What followed was a disorienting, terrifying journey through echoing, sterile corridors and humming, ascending elevators. When the blindfold was finally, mercifully, removed, I found myself in a stark, uninviting interrogation room, facing a man in a crisp, unyielding suit. "Mr. Walker," he began, his voice smooth, uninflected, consulting a file meticulously laid out before him. "Care to explain what you were doing photographing a restricted government facility?" I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. I didn't know it was restricted," I stammered, my voice a ragged whisper. "I'm a nature photographer. I was just following some strange lights I saw in the sky." The man's eyebrow arched slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. "Lights in the sky?" I nodded vehemently, then, seizing on this sliver of an opening, launched into a breathless explanation of the inexplicable aerial ballet I'd witnessed, hoping, praying, that a desperate honesty might somehow soften my predicament. As I spoke, I noticed the man's expression subtly shifting, a fleeting mix of concern and, was it fear? When I finished, the silence in the room stretched, thick and oppressive, for a long, agonizing moment. Then, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial murmur. "Mr. Walker, what you've stumbled upon here is a matter of national security. The work we do here is sensitive. I'm sure you understand that we can't simply let you walk out of here with knowledge of this facility's existence." My blood ran cold, a sickening plunge into despair. "What are you saying? Are you going to kill me?" The man actually chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that offered no comfort. "No, Mr. Walker, we're not in the business of killing innocent civilians. But we do have protocols for situations like this." He stood up, smoothing down his impeccably tailored suit. "You have two options. 1. You sign a non-disclosure agreement, we wipe your memory card clean, and you walk out of here with a stern warning never to return to this area. 2. You become an asset." I blinked, confused, the word echoing strangely in the sterile room. "An asset?" He nodded, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. "Your skills as a photographer could be very useful to us. We occasionally need eyes in places where an obvious government presence would be problematic. In return, we'd provide you with certain protections, and let's call them perks." My mind reeled, a dizzying spiral of disbelief and a dangerous flicker of intrigue. Was he offering me a job as some kind of clandestine spy? What happens if I say no to both? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, testing the dangerous boundaries of this impossible proposition. His expression hardened instantly, the earlier hint of amusement vanishing, replaced by a cold, unwavering resolve. "Then things become considerably more unpleasant for you, Mr. Walker. I'd strongly advise against that option." I sat there, paralyzed by the weight of my impossible choice, meticulously weighing my terrifying options. On one hand, I could simply walk away from this, try to erase it from my mind, pretend it had never happened, and return to my mundane life. On the other, I had always harbored a restless thirst for adventure, a craving for the extraordinary, and the chilling thought of being privy to whatever unimaginable secrets this place held was, I had to admit, undeniably tempting, intoxicating. "If I become an asset," I said slowly, the words heavy with irreversible consequence, "do I get to know what this place is? What those lights were?" The man smiled, but it was a cold, calculating smile that never reached his eyes. "All in due time, Mr. Walker. All in due time." In that precise, fateful moment, I made a decision that would irrevocably alter the very course of my life, a plunge into an unfathomable abyss. "All right," I said, my voice firming with a strange, unsettling conviction. "I'm in." The man nodded, a subtle gesture that betrayed no surprise, as if he had known my decision all along. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Walker. Your training begins immediately." As he led me out of the stark interrogation room and deeper into the pulsating heart of the facility, I couldn't shake the chilling sensation that I had just stepped, irrevocably, into a world far vaster, far more dangerous, and infinitely stranger than I had ever dared to imagine. The enigmatic lights in the sky, this clandestine compound, they were merely the shimmering, terrifying tip of an unfathomable iceberg. I thought about my sister, about the quiet, predictable life I was leaving so abruptly behind. Would I ever, could I ever, tell her the truth about where I'd been, what unfathomable things I'd witnessed? As we passed through a heavy, reinforced security door, a brief, fleeting glimpse, a fleeting vision, made my breath catch in my throat. In a cavernous, hangar-like room, bathed in an ethereal, pulsing blue light, sat a craft unlike anything I had ever seen, a sleek, silver enigma, undeniably, terrifyingly, not of this earth. The man, ever observant, noticed my stunned reaction, and a knowing, enigmatic smile played on his lips. "Like I said, Mr. Walker," he murmured, his voice a low, chilling promise, "all in due time." The heavy door closed behind us with a resounding thud, sealing me into my new, terrifying life. Whatever came next, one thing was irrevocably certain: nothing would ever be the same again. Story 13. The opulent silence of the Stevenson mansion usually offered a welcome reprieve from the urban clamor. My name is Emily, and I've always prided myself on being the epitome of level-headed practicality. So, when my best friend, Sarah, asked me to house-sit for her affluent employers while they vacationed, I accepted without a moment's hesitation. A week immersed in a luxurious haven, essentially paid to exist, it felt like a dream gig. The Stevensons' house was a testament to their success. 3 stories of sleek, modern architecture nestled gracefully in the hills, commanding a panoramic view of the sprawling city below. Floor-to-ceiling windows blurred the lines between interior and exterior. A state-of-the-art security system promised impenetrable safety, and more rooms than I could possibly count sprawled before me. It was the kind of place that made you feel intrinsically small, simply by standing within its vastness. The first couple of days unfolded without incident, a blissful blur of leisurely exploration, sun-drenched lounging by the pool, and indulgent binge-watching on their massive television. It was on the 3rd night that an insidious unease began to creep in, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. I was in the kitchen, crafting a late-night snack, when a distinct prickling sensation bloomed on the back of my neck, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I spun around, half expecting to confront an unseen presence, but the vast, gleaming kitchen remained stubbornly empty. Shaking off the sensation, I rationalized it away as mere nerves, the predictable byproduct of being utterly alone in a colossal, unfamiliar house. Yet, as I made my way back to the guest room, the disquiet clung to me like a damp shroud. The long hallway seemed to stretch into an inky abyss, the shadows deepening, taking on a menacing life of their own. I found myself quickening my pace, a desperate, instinctual urge to reach the relative sanctuary of my room. It was just past midnight when a soft thud reverberated from somewhere upstairs, jolting me violently awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart suddenly racing, a frantic drum against my ribs. It could have been anything: the old house settling, a book toppling from a shelf, but a cold, certain dread in my gut told me otherwise. I debated my next move. The rational part of my brain screamed to dismiss it, to burrow deeper into the covers and surrender to sleep. But curiosity, a dangerous siren, coupled with a nagging sense of responsibility to my friends' employers, won the silent battle. If something was amiss, I had to investigate. Grabbing my phone for its anemic beam of light, I crept out into the hallway. The house was consumed by an eerie, oppressive quiet, a profound stillness that seemed to amplify every minuscule sound. My bare feet made no noise on the plush carpet as I ghosted towards the grand staircase. The second floor was even darker than the first, the moonlight outside casting bizarre, distorted shadows through the expansive windows. I paused at the top of the stairs, straining my ears, listening intently. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, it came, the unmistakable, chilling creak of a floorboard. My blood ran cold. There was someone else in the house. I stood frozen, my mind a desperate whirlwind. Should I call the police? Try to find a weapon? Make a frantic, desperate run for it? Before I could commit to a decision, another noise pierced the silence, closer this time, the hushed, clumsy shuffle of someone trying, and failing, to move with stealth. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of terror. I needed to hide, to find somewhere, anywhere, safe until I could comprehend what monstrosity I had stumbled upon. The master bedroom, just down the hall, offered a glimmer of hope. It had a sturdy lock on the door and, crucially, a landline phone I could use to summon help. I inched my way down the hallway, pressing myself against the cool wall, every shadow seemingly shifting, every innocent creak of the old house echoing like approaching footsteps. I was halfway to the bedroom when I saw it, a figure, a stark, menacing silhouette, at the very end of the hall. For a heart-stopping heartbeat, we were locked in a terrifying tableau, frozen in mutual shock. Then, the figure moved, surging towards me with alarming, predatory speed. I didn't think. I simply ran. I burst into the master bedroom, slamming the heavy door shut behind me, my trembling hands fumbling desperately with the lock. My fingers, slick with fear, shook so violently I could barely grasp it, but finally, miraculously, I heard the satisfying click of the bolt sliding into place. Backing away from the door, my eyes darted frantically around the room. I snatched the landline phone from the bedside table, but when I pressed it to my ear, my heart plummeted, the line was dead. A violent thud against the door made me jump, a visceral jolt of terror. Whoever was out there, they were determined to get in. The door shuddered under the brutal impact, the wood groaning ominously. It wouldn't hold for long. I scanned the room desperately for anything I could wield as a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy crystal vase on the dresser, a substantial, reassuring weight in my trembling hands. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The pounding on the door intensified, growing more insistent. more violent. I could hear the sickening splintering of wood, knew it was only a matter of moments before it gave way. I backed into the corner of the room, the vase raised, a pathetic but defiant shield. With a final, thunderous crack, the door burst inward. A man stumbled in, his face a terrifying, featureless void behind a ski mask. He was larger than me, stronger, a formidable opponent, but I had the element of surprise and a desperate, burning will to survive on my side. As he lunged towards me, a menacing shadow, I swung the vase with all my might, a desperate, animalistic cry tearing from my throat. It connected with a sickening thud against his head, and he crumpled to the floor, a heap of stunned darkness. For a fleeting moment, I thought it was over. Then, I heard voices, grim and guttural, drifting up from downstairs. He wasn't alone. I didn't wait to see if he'd recover. I bolted from the bedroom and down the hall, the shouts behind me growing louder, a terrifying chorus of pursuit. The stairs were out, they'd surely catch me there. That left only one desperate, terrifying option. I darted into one of the spare bedrooms, slamming and locking the door behind me. The window. It was my only chance. I threw it open, the cool night air biting at my face as I stared down at the dizzying drop below. It was high, impossibly high to jump safely. But there was a narrow ledge, barely visible in the moonlight, running along the side of the house, leading to the balcony of the next room over. Footsteps thundered down the hall, growing impossibly close. It was now or never. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I clambered out onto the treacherous ledge. The wind whipped at my clothes, tugging at me, as I inched along, pressing myself as close to the cold, unyielding wall as I possibly could. Don't look down, I chanted to myself, a desperate mantra. Just keep moving. I had almost reached the sanctuary of the balcony when I heard the window behind me creak open. One of the intruders had discovered my desperate escape route. I forced myself to move faster, my fingers scrabbling for purchase on the smooth, unforgiving exterior of the house. Just as I felt a brutal hand clamp around my ankle, a desperate, last-ditch surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I made a desperate lunge for the balcony railing. For one heart-stopping moment, suspended between life and oblivion, I thought I'd miscalculated, thought I was plummeting into the abyss. Then, my hands clamped around the cold metal, and I hauled myself over, collapsing onto the rough stone. I didn't stop to catch my breath, didn't allow myself a moment of respite. I scrambled to my feet and raced through the room, bursting out into the hall, taking the grand staircase 2 steps at a time. I could hear them behind me, closing in fast, their heavy footsteps a relentless drumbeat of doom. The front door was agonizingly close, a beacon of freedom. If I could just reach it, but as my hand closed around the doorknob, strong, brutal arms wrapped around me from behind, crushing the air from my lungs. "Got you," a gruff voice snarled in my ear. I struggled, kicking and clawing with furious desperation, but it was useless. He was simply too strong, his grip unbreakable. As he dragged me back into the house, my eyes darted to the stairs. 2 other men were descending, one clutching his head where I'd struck him with the vase. What should we do with her? The man holding me demanded, his voice thick with malicious intent. The man I'd hit stepped forward, slowly, deliberately pulling off his mask. My blood ran cold, a horrifying realization dawning. I recognized him. It was Mr. Stevenson, the owner of the house. "Hello, Emily," he said. his voice stripped bare of its usual civility, a cold, chilling pronouncement. "I think it's time we had a chat about what you've seen." My mind reeled, a whirlwind of betrayal and confusion. What was happening? Why was Mr. Stevenson breaking into his own home? And what unspeakable secret had I, a mere house-sitter, stumbled upon that warranted such a terrifying confrontation? As they led me into the grand living room, a chilling clarity descended. I noticed details I had previously overlooked, mundane objects now imbued with a sinister significance. A safe, hidden behind a painting, now stood gaping and empty. Stacks of damning documents lay scattered across the coffee table. A laptop screen glowed ominously, displaying what looked undeniably like illicit bank records. "You weren't supposed to be here," Mr. Stevenson stated, his voice a low, dangerous growl, pacing relentlessly before me. Sarah assured us the house would be empty. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow, a searing agony in my chest. Sarah, my best friend. She had set me up. But why? "I don't understand," I stammered, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "What is all this?" Mr. Stevenson sighed, a dismissive wave of his hand. "It's complicated, Emily. Let's just say that my business dealings aren't always strictly legal. And now, thanks to your unexpected presence, we have a problem." The implication hung heavy in the air, a suffocating shroud of unspoken threats. I knew too much. As I gazed at the hard, unyielding faces of the men surrounding me, a sinking feeling of despair washed over me. They had no intention of letting me leave. But I wasn't going down without a fight. As Mr. Stevenson turned to issue a quiet command to one of his men, I made my move. I drove my elbow back, a desperate, sharp jab into the stomach of the man holding me, feeling a fleeting rush of satisfaction as he grunted in pain and his grip momentarily loosened. I bolted for the front door, my fingers fumbling frantically with the lock. Behind me, I could hear shouts of rage, the thudding sound of pursuit, but adrenaline and raw fear lent me a terrifying, almost supernatural speed. I burst out into the night, the cool air hitting my face like a slap of icy water, a shock of exhilarating freedom. I ran down the long, winding driveway, my bare feet slapping against the cold pavement, a desperate, frantic rhythm. I didn't stop when I reached the road. I didn't dare look back to see if they were still following. I just ran. It wasn't until I staggered into a brightly lit gas station several miles away that I finally allowed myself to stop, collapsing onto the grimy concrete. My lungs were burning, each breath a searing agony, my feet bloody and bruised, but I was alive. I was safe. As I stumbled towards the payphone, my mind still reeling from the night's horrifying events, a single, chilling realization solidified. I had gone into that house expecting a quiet week of relaxation. Instead, I had uncovered a criminal conspiracy and barely escaped with my life. I learned a multitude of harsh lessons that night, about trust, about the deceptive facade of appearances, about how quickly life can shatter and turn upside down. But most profoundly, I learned that sometimes the most dangerous secrets hide in plain sight, nestled comfortably in the houses of the very people we believe we know. As the distant wail of approaching sirens filled the air, a mournful, comforting chorus, I made a silent vow: no more house sitting. No more blind trust. And definitely, absolutely, no more midnight explorations. Sometimes, it's better to leave the shadows utterly unexplored. Story 14. The rain was a solid, unrelenting curtain, transforming the familiar highway into a treacherous, shimmering blur. My grip on the steering wheel was a white-knuckled vice, my eyes strained, battling the blinding glare of oncoming headlights, trying desperately to decipher the elusive road lines. This was supposed to be a quick trip, a mere 4-hour drive from Portland to Seattle for a crucial job interview. I'd navigated this route dozens of times, but never in weather like this. I was seriously contemplating pulling over, finding a safe harbor to wait out the storm's fury. That's when I saw him. A lone figure, a hunched silhouette at the side of the road, thumb outstretched, utterly drenched, a picture of absolute despair. In any other circumstance, I would have driven straight past, my mother's stern warnings about the dangers of picking up strangers echoing in my ears like a ghostly chorus. But something, an inexplicable pull, made me slow down. Perhaps it was the way he was huddled against the relentless downpour, looking utterly defeated. Or maybe it was the chilling thought that I could easily, terrifyingly, imagine myself in his position, desperate for a ride in this god-forsaken weather. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling onto the shoulder, my hazard lights blinking a solitary, vulnerable pulse in the gloom. I rolled down the passenger window, just enough to hear him over the pounding rain. "Where you headed?" I called out. "Seattle," he replied, his voice barely audible above the storm's roar. "My car broke down a few miles back. I'd be forever grateful for a ride." I hesitated, a profound reluctance warring with my sudden, inexplicable urge to help. Every instinct screamed a primal warning. Finally, I made a decision, a choice I would soon, irrevocably, live to regret. "Hop in," I said, my voice barely a whisper, unlocking the doors. He climbed in quickly, bringing with him the heavy, damp scent of rain and something else, something I couldn't quite place, a subtle, unsettling undertone. As he settled into the seat, I got my first clear look at him. He was younger than I'd initially thought, probably in his late 20s, with dark hair plastered to his forehead and intense, unnervingly blue eyes that seemed to take in every single detail at once, missing nothing. "Thanks, man," he said, flashing me a grateful, almost too bright smile. "You're a lifesaver." I nodded, pulling back onto the highway, the rhythmic swish of the wipers the only sound in the sudden, heavy silence. "No problem. I'm Alex, by the way." "Jack," he replied, his voice smooth, a deceptive calm. "Nice to meet you, Alex." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hypnotic swish of the wipers. I kept sneaking glances at Jack, trying desperately to get a read on him. He seemed harmless enough, just a guy down on his luck, a traveler stranded by the storm. "So, what brings you to Seattle?" I asked, trying to break the growing tension, to fill the suffocating silence. Jack shifted in his seat, his eyes darting quickly to me and then back to the road, a nervous, furtive glance. "Oh, work stuff." "What about you?" "Job interview," I replied, "tech company downtown." He nodded, but I noticed his hands were fidgeting in his lap, a small, unsettling tic. Cool. "Hey, do you mind if we make a quick stop? I'm dying for a smoke." I frowned. We'd only been driving for about 20 minutes. "Can't it wait? This weather's pretty brutal." Jack's demeanor transformed instantly, a terrifying metamorphosis. His friendly smile evaporated, replaced by a hard, cold, utterly menacing look. I said, "Pull over." That's when I saw it, the chilling glint of metal in his hand. A knife. My heart started racing, a frantic, desperate drumbeat against my ribs, adrenaline flooding my entire system. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my mind a desperate, racing torrent, frantically trying to process the horrifying reality of what was happening. "Look, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. "You don't need to do this. I can just drop you off wherever you want, no questions asked." Jack laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. "Oh, Alex, it's way too late for that now. Pull over before I have to get nasty." I glanced frantically in the rearview mirror, desperately hoping to see another car, a beacon of rescue, but the highway behind us stretched empty, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. It was just us, the rain, and miles of desolate, dark road ahead. Making a split-second, desperate decision, I jerked the wheel hard to the right. The car swerved violently, tires screeching in a deafening protest on the wet asphalt. Jack was thrown brutally against the door, the knife clattering to the floor with a metallic clang. "What the hell?" he shouted, scrambling desperately to regain his balance. I didn't respond, too consumed by the terrifying fight to keep the car under control. We fishtailed wildly for a heart-stopping moment, a terrifying dance with oblivion, before I managed to straighten us out. Jack lunged for the knife, a desperate, frantic movement, but I was ready. I slammed on the brakes, sending him flying violently forward, his head impacting the dashboard with a sickening, audible thud. For a moment, everything was still, suspended in a terrifying silence. Jack groaned, a low, guttural sound, dazed from the brutal impact. I saw my chance, a fleeting window of opportunity, and seized it, reaching across him to fling open the passenger door. "Get out!" I yelled, my voice raw, giving him a hard, desperate shove. But Jack wasn't going down without a vicious fight. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in with agonizing pain, his grip surprisingly strong. "You're not getting rid of me that easily," he snarled, his voice a low, vicious growl. We grappled in the confined, suffocating space, a frenzied tangle of limbs, a desperate, brutal dance of survival. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my side and realized with a sickening jolt that he'd managed to grab the knife again. Warm, sticky blood began to spread, an insidious stain across my shirt. The car, utterly forgotten in our brutal struggle, had begun to drift, a silent, deadly glide. We were heading straight for the guardrail, a thin, flimsy barrier between us and oblivion. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice hoarse with terror. "We're going to crash." But Jack was beyond reason, his eyes wild, utterly consumed by a desperate, manic energy. He raised the knife again, its blade gleaming ominously, aiming for my throat. At the last, impossible second, I managed to grab his wrist, deflecting the lethal blow. The knife sliced through the air, a whisper of death, embedding itself with a jarring thud in the headrest, mere inches from my ear. The impact with the guardrail came a moment later, a deafening, metallic shriek of tortured metal. The airbags deployed with a deafening bang, filling the car with acrid, suffocating smoke. My head snapped forward, then back, a violent whiplash, stars exploding behind my eyes, a kaleidoscopic burst of pain and disorientation. For a few agonizing seconds, all I could hear was a high-pitched, piercing ringing in my ears. Then, slowly, painfully, other sounds filtered in, The ominous hiss of steam from the crumpled hood, the relentless, suffocating patter of rain, and Jack groaning weakly beside me. I blinked, trying desperately to clear my vision. The windshield was a shattered spiral of cracks, barely clinging together. Through the distorted glass, I could see the guardrail had given way. Beyond was nothing but a terrifying, inky darkness and the distant, malevolent glimmer of water, far, far below. We were teetering precariously on the very edge of a cliff. Jack stirred, pushing himself up, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead, a grotesque, crimson mask. But his eyes were clear, terrifyingly clear, and filled with a cold, burning fury. "You idiot!" he spat, his voice laced with venom. "Look what you've done." I didn't waste precious time responding. I fumbled frantically for my seat belt, my fingers clumsy and slow with pain and terror. Jack realized my desperate intent and lunged for me again, a predatory blur, but the deployed airbag between us hindered his movement, a fortunate obstacle. I managed to free myself just as his hands, cold and brutal, closed around my throat. Gasping for air, I pushed open my door and half fell, half crawled out of the shattered wreckage of the car. The rain was still coming down in relentless torrents, instantly soaking me to the bone, chilling me to my core. I staggered to my feet, nearly slipping on the wet, treacherous pavement. Jack was right behind me, a monstrous shadow clambering out of the wreckage. "You're not getting away," he yelled, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. I turned to run, but my injured side screamed in protest, a searing agony that crippled me. I managed only a few stumbling steps before he was on me, a brutal, crushing impact, tackling me to the ground. We rolled, a desperate tangle of limbs, grappling and punching, terrifyingly close to the sheer, unforgiving edge of the cliff. I could feel myself weakening, the relentless drain of blood loss and the profound shock of the crash taking their heavy toll. Jack sensed it too, a triumphant, malevolent gleam in his eyes as he pinned me down, his weight crushing. "End of the road, Alex," he sneered, his voice dripping with icy triumph, reaching for the knife still clutched in his hand. But he'd made a fatal mistake. In his eagerness to finish me off, to secure his twisted victory, he'd let his guard down, a momentary lapse in his predatory focus. With the last, desperate surge of my strength, I brought my knee up hard, a brutal, bone-jarring impact, catching him squarely in the stomach. Jack's eyes widened in profound surprise and searing pain. He doubled over, a guttural gasp escaping his lips, losing his balance, and then, almost in agonizing slow motion, he toppled backward. I watched, horrified, as he fell, his mouth open in a silent, soundless scream, his arms windmilling uselessly in the empty air. Then he disappeared, swallowed by the inky darkness below, his fall ending with a sickening, distant splash. For a long, agonizing moment, I just lay there in the relentless rain, my body aching, every muscle screaming, my mind struggling desperately to process the unspeakable horror that had just transpired. Then, slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. I limped back to the crumpled wreckage of my car, a desperate prayer on my lips that my phone had somehow survived the violent crash. By some impossible miracle, it had. With shaking hands, I dialed 911, the lifeline connecting me to a world of order and safety. As I waited for help to arrive, watching the flashing, distant lights of emergency vehicles slowly approaching in the inky blackness, I couldn't help but replay the night's horrifying events in a relentless, vivid loop in my mind. How quickly things had spiraled, a terrifying descent into chaos. How perilously close I'd come to a brutal, violent death. I had offered a ride to a stranger, thinking I was performing a simple act of kindness, a gesture of compassion. Instead, I'd invited a living nightmare into the confines of my own car. As the paramedics gently loaded me into an ambulance, the harsh reality of my survival settling over me, I made a silent, unshakable vow: never again. Never again would I pick up a hitchhiker, no matter how desperate they seemed. Some risks, I realized with a profound, chilling clarity, were simply not worth taking.